Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all-around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, folks. Hello and good evening. First show of another year's worth of shows. Hopefully.
And hopefully our second co-host, the primordial social being Lane Comics Corruptor, will be showing up sometime soon. Or at all. And I am your host last time. I want to be the brainstormer of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight? And happy International Women's Day, I believe it is.
Oh, that's right. It is International Women's Day.
Oh, and we have our first viewer. Holy crap. Chrononaut, podcast of the Strange Academy. LOL.
Oh God, Strange Academy. Oi.
That's
Oh
our.
no, I've already shown you my rant about Strange Academy, so you know where that is. I hope.
Yeah. I wonder if we should do a review of that series.
It depends upon how hilarious people find my rage and my desire to kill things with fire.
Well, we'll let the fans decide if we should or not.
Would you like to see me rant about how we should kill Strange Academy with fire, audience?
Comment below.
Knowing the answer all too well.
Yeah. Comment below. Yes or no. Thumbs up or thumbs down.
We're gonna have to do it just because I phrased it like that. I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Okay, so we have give it 6 issues, then review. So that's going on.
How many issues has it had already?
I don't know. I honestly haven't kept attention to it because I didn't really care enough.
I'm pretty sure it's on like issue 4 right now, I think.
I mean, I got comics already to read and
yeah, you've got a pile of comics that'll keep you busy for quite a while, and so do I. So I'm not going to.
More than likely, this would end.
Huh?
More than likely, if we were to do Strange Academy as a review thing, it'd end up like Batwoman. We watch it, we cringe about it, but we give up on it after a while.
I'm so glad that we gave up on Batwoman.
Yep. Oh, but if you want a better version, go check out my other channel, Brainstormer Pop Culture. I have a rewrite there of the first season.
Mm-hmm. The very fact you have to use the phrase first season in relation to Batwoman is kind of depressing.
Well, no, I wrote out 5 seasons.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's. I'm sure your version would not make you want to reduce it to 1 season.
We did talk about it, I believe, at one point.
Yes, we did, and I remember you having good ideas, unsurprisingly.
Yeah.
I find it kind of mortifying that Batwoman is getting a 2nd season when Constantine didn't.
Wait, it's getting a 2nd season.
I'm pretty sure I saw something along those lines. Yes.
For fuck's sake. Yeah, no, I'm glad. Like, there's no way I could have finished that season at all. First season. There's no way I'm reviewing the second one.
I ended up watching like bits and pieces of it, and believe me when I say Alice is the only thing that's worth watching on the entire goddamn show. Just because she knows what kind of show she's in and actually goes for it. Anyway, first topic of the evening.
Yeah, sorry, I was setting it up. Also, Chrononaut says it only has one issue. Strange Academy.
Okay, thank God. I thought we were further along than we were.
I think I saw it last time I was there, which was in February. The last time I was at my comic shop.
Hmm.
Whatever.
Yeah. It'd be super hilarious if it doesn't even make it to 6 issues. Because I can afford to be that vindictive when they're shitting on my favorite character. Once again.
Right. Right. So yeah, our first topic is something Dalton sent me, and I believe it is like really dear to his heart. And we're basically gonna, well, I say watch, but more listen to him flip the fuck out.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's gonna be lots of that because, well, let's just play the thing, and I will explain in excruciatingly painful detail what the fuck is wrong with this thing.
Okay. So first thing we have is the following preview has been approved to accompany this feature by the Motion Picture Association Incorporated. The film advertised has been rated restricted R for bloody language, bloody violence, language, and some sexual references. Under 17 requires accompanying parent or adult guardian. And Tehillim is here.
Hello, Tillium. I'm just about to rip the Justice League Dark, in air quotes, sequel, a new one. So you showed up at the right time.
Is it covering the New 52? That's what he asks. Kinda?
Let's just get into it. I don't want to blow my load too early, either metaphorically or literally, so let's just get into it.
Ew. Banana.
Justice League. We are facing an existential threat to the planet. Our only option is to destroy Darkseid.
Okay.
Okay, and here we are. This is a perfect premise for a Justice League movie, or a Teen Titans and Justice League movie, but it has exactly, precisely, bumfuck nothing to do with the Justice League Dark. And even if you somehow wanted to cram them in here by actually, I don't know, remembering that Darkseid is a god, not an alien, that would be a nice change of pace, actually. That I would actually applaud.
I think it did say a new god, so.
Yeah, but if they remembered that and primarily focused on actual members of the Justice League Dark, or the members of the Justice League Dark and Batman, if they want to keep it continuous with the first movie, that would be something. But instead of any of that, the first characters we see in this trailer for a Justice League Dark sequel are Superman, Cyborg, Speedy, I think?
No. Mira, Aquaman, Martian Manhunter, Lex Luthor, Hawkman, and I think Hal Jordan, Green Lantern in the back.
Okay, Hawkman I can see, because Hawkman does have a history with, the magics of ancient Egypt and so on and so forth. That I can kind of get behind, and yes, I know he's Thanagarian, but as per the Justice League episode, The Terror Beyond, the Thanagarians do actually have quite a mystical connection to things. But especially with the mace that disrupts magic and all that jazz. But point being, what the fuck is this, and why is it in a Justice League Dark movie as anything more than a cameo? Because, okay, Superman and Wonder Woman did cameo in the first one, but I must stress the fact that it was a cameo. And, more importantly, that Zatanna was able to take out both of them in about 2 seconds. So, of what use are they going to be in this case, given that Darkseid is a god? If they actually remember to make him a god and not just an alien like they usually do. And that's me being more charitable than I feel like being, given how much this pisses me off. But at any rate, banana. We'll see how deep this rabbit hole goes.
One moment. Okay. Banana.
Banana.
Bow before me. A global war means everyone on the planet is at risk. You're gullible fools. Darkseid is playing you.
Okay, so really, it looks like they're just bringing all the movies they've made. They're bringing all the cast together.
And the question is, once again, why the fuck is this a Justice League Dark movie then? If this were a, DC Heroes United movie or a Justice League and Teen Titans movie, you could still have the members of the Justice League Dark cameo, but it would make more sense thematically, given that Darkseid is that much of a universe-ending threat and yada yada yada. But,
or you could simply just call it the Apocalypse War.
DC Heroes The Apocalypse War, or Justice League The Apocalypse War, or Justice League and Teen Titans Apocalypse War. Perfectly fine. And we hope you've enjoyed this basically one and only shot of John Constantine in the entire trailer for a Justice League Dark movie. This is my fundamental issue. If the Justice League Dark members are in this movie, based on this trailer, they're basically going to be glorified cameos in their own goddamn movie. And this irks me to no end, because despite of how flawed the first movie was, and it was, there was a literal shit golem in the movie. I'm not going to pretend like it was Shakespeare or nothing, but as flawed as that movie was, I was still grateful that it existed, even with that has a tenuous at best connection to the Justice League Dark, given that he's all gothic and shit. And that's me stretching the premise about as far as it will go. And DC looked at that barely stretching premise And when we can stretch this even further by cramming as many people as we want to into this movie. No. Also, in several of the shots that we've seen so far, what we've seen used is technology. And given that this is a Justice League Dark movie, technology should be bumfuck nowhere in the mix. Except for perhaps the Batmobile if we're continuing with the first movie. I'm gonna harp on this point for the entire trailer, basically, but it's because they keep failing. They failed at first, and then they kept digging further the depths of their failure. But banana.
Well, before we do, Tillum says no Bendis Wonder Twins in it. Thank goodness. You need carrots for those rabbit holes, not bananas. Give it time. Chrononaut says, give it time. 2 Wonder Twins coming.
I wouldn't mind seeing the Wonder Twins, actually. The Wonder Twins are nostalgic for me, but, like, would I want to see them in a Justice League Dark movie? Probably not. If you're okay, this is the other thing. If they're going to expand the roster of the Justice League Dark, there's plenty of characters they could choose to expand the Justice League Dark with that weren't in the first movie. Off the top of my head, I don't know, Dr. Fate, the quintessential sorcerer of the DC universe. And I'm sorry to John Constantine fans, I love him too, but he's a street huckster in comparison to the other magicians in this universe. Other characters that could probably be included: Phantom Stranger, the Spectre, Shade the Changing Man. Let's see, who else? We could have gotten the original Green Lantern in, the one that actually had a magic ring.
You done?
Yeah, but point being, there are plenty of magical characters we could have gotten in. Shazam would be a good choice, considering how much that movie did gangbusters. Hell, swap out Batman for Shazam, given how well Shazam did at the box office. That would make total sense. Or Wonder Woman. I wouldn't mind actually seeing Wonder Woman in the Justice League Dark, because she is a magically based character. She spawned from the Greek fucking gods, for fuck's sake. But, like, any other version of Green Lantern aside from Alan Scott has no business in this movie. Any character who uses technology primarily instead of any kind of mysticism or mythological thing has no business in this movie. Superman, aside from a cameo, has no business in this movie. And if this is going to be a Justice League Dark movie, I want to see some Justice League Dark members, or at the very least some mystical members, because of course.
Don't.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good. Just.
But
I don't want you to suffer an aneurysm on stream.
If they don't fix this in the second trailer, that might give me an aneurysm.
I'm saving my thoughts for the end, because I feel like this is Stone's show right now.
Well, if you have thoughts, you can present them.
No, I'll mention it when we're near the end. It's fine.
Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
I don't want to, like, prevent you from speaking on your own show, dude.
No, it's fine. I feel like you have a lot more to say than I do, because in terms of this, I'm meh. I wasn't even going to get this movie anyway, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And speaking of that, side note, DC, you realize, of course, and yes, I'm aware of how bitchy I'm being, but you realize, of course, that I'm basically your target audience for a Justice League Dark movie. And you have royally pissed me off with this shit. So, congratulations. One of the few people on the planet you can rely on to buy mystically oriented comic book shit is probably not going to get this movie unless something massive changes in the second trailer. So, well done, DC. You alienated your core audience. Banana.
Banana.
The humans earned their fate.
I know you hate me, but I wouldn't be here if it wasn't necessary.
I'm completely on your side now.
What the fuck are you doing here, Luthor? You should be nowhere near this movie. Piss off. And yes, I guess we got a second shot of Constantine. But I'm pretty sure that will actually be the last time we ever see him in this trailer. He's only the quintessential founding member of the Justice League Dark and the big draw for this movie. Because everyone and their mother likes to see Matt Ryan play Constantine, as they should, because he's awesome. But yeah, congratulations, DC. You haven't got your main character in 90% of your trailer. Fail. Fail, I say. Fail and condemnation. Banana.
But I also want to say that I really hate the animation and stuff.
I mean, it's no worse than the other New 52 DC movies, but the New 52 DC movies are really kind of the same quality level as the actual New 52 was, which is to say not much, so yeah.
Yeah, if you want good, like if you guys want a good version of these kind of movies and stuff, go check out DC Abridged Universe.
If you want an actual magical character story, I highly recommend the movie Constantine City of Demons, which escaped this crap by basically being not in the New 52. So yay.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the most Constantine we've gotten out of a Constantine thing in pop culture that isn't the comics so far. So yeah. Okay, moving on.
29 seconds. Yeah, we got 29 seconds left. So
Banana.
banana.
No more planning. Just do it.
We can't quit. The Justice League doesn't quit.
I really wish they would quit at this point because this trailer should not be about them. It should be about the Justice League Dark. And who was that character using magic? Was that supposed to be Raven?
Yep.
Okay, she belongs in the Justice League Dark. That I will grant you. But again, why is she basically relegated to a glorified cameo in what should be her own movie?
Eight seconds left.
Okay. Maybe there's nothing else they can fuck up in 8 seconds, he said hopefully. Banana.
Eat those words.
No.
Never mind. How is it that the poster for the DVD case looks better than all the animation in this?
Because they needed a big capstone for their New 52 universe, but they couldn't be arsed to actually make it coherent. And Justice League Dark did well enough to justify a sequel, so they just crammed it all into a Justice League Dark.
Well, no, I was more talking about the animation and the art style, like the.
Well, that's what I mean, because they didn't give a shit, so they just slapped something together and hoped that it would stick. And again, I must point out, DC, that you alienated your core audience with this one.
All right, Don, you're just repeating stuff now.
Yeah, but it needs to be said because like of the comic book consuming public, there is a very small niche of those of us that like particularly the magical, supernatural, and esoteric side of things. And we have very few actual teams to rely on when it comes to those of us that like that niche. One of them is the Justice League Dark. That's why so many of us, despite Batman's inclusion, were really, really grateful for the Justice League Dark movie in the first place, especially because Matt Ryan was coming back as Constantine. And they looked at that stretch premise and they thought, we can stretch this so much further. Yes, DC, yes you can, and in so doing, you pissed off your core audience. Well done.
So Tehillim says, I'd still call it a movie, which is still part of the New 52 stories. No Damian and John together in it yet. Maybe this will be the last of the New 52 movies.
If Damian or John are anywhere near this movie, I'm genuinely gonna be pissed because it's supposed to be a Justice League Dark movie, and I'm gonna keep harping on it until somebody actually fucking remembers what movie they're making.
Moving on. Well, wait, now I have thoughts.
Yes.
I kind of think this movie is going to turn out. It's kind of going to be the animated version of CW's Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense.
It doesn't make any sense why a Justice League Dark movie would be the capstone for your big universe and you cram a
Okay,
Crisis
don't,
level event into it, but
dude, take a deep breath in and out. Are you? I want to say good, but I feel like the answer is going to be new.
not
Are
until
you
I see
calm?
a trailer that fixes this shit. But
But
we can
for
move
me,
on if
right.
that's what you're saying.
well, what I was saying is, I think it's going to turn out like the CW's Crisis on Infinite Earths. Is that it had these big ideas, but it didn't. It didn't commit nor really had the coercion. It's not going to work. Essentially, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it really sucks that it's gonna have to take down my favorite or one of my favorite franchises with it.
Okay, I'm good. So moving on, we're moving on to something a little more upbeat. Though, granted, Dawn is always negative, so
Well, I mean, not always, but we specifically seek out the stupidity of the internet, and the internet provides. So there's only so much positivity that can be wrung out of these things.
right. So we have something from Screen Rant. Don't worry, it's not cringe, folks. It's actually something fun. So the Batman, Ron Pattinson's Batmobile revealed in official photos. Because we've talked about the Batman movie.
Yes, and our very first episode was focused primarily on the show for Fox. So yeah.
Yeah, Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, kind of tired. Anyway, the Batman movie director, Matt Reeves, unveiled Robert Pattinson's Batmobile in first look images from the set of the upcoming DC Comics film. So we have one right here. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like this design. It's got the best bits of like probably the 4 best Batman storylines in a while. Like there's a little bit of Batman Year One in there. There's a little bit of Gotham by Gaslight in there, even. There's a little bit of like Court of Owls kind of vibes going on there, and a little bit of Long Halloween vibes going on there. So, yeah.
Are you talking about
And
the car or the costume?
just the overall like atmosphere entirely. Both kind of.
Okay. So, DC's The Batman movie director, Matt Reeves, unveils the new Batmobile in first look images from the set of the upcoming film. After Ben Affleck exited the Batman solo movie as part of Warner Brothers' Worlds of DC franchise, Reeves took over the project and cast Robert Pattinson as Bruce Wayne, aka Batman. Again, folks, I'm not like. I was honestly optimistic when I first heard about this movie.
Yeah, I was vaguely optimistic as well, and the more I hear about and see of this, the more excited I get.
Oh yeah, we are totally doing a review of this movie.
Yes, and hopefully it will be good. Probably not as good as Joker, but definitely better than Birds of Prey.
So that's like how we're gauging movies now.
Well, I mean, comparing like aspects of the Batman franchise.
Yeah, I guess it works.
It'll definitely be better than it'll probably be better than BVS, so there's that. And hopefully better than Justice League as well.
I'm not even going to touch that. Anyway, with a planned 2021 release date, the Batman started filming this year, and plenty has been revealed from the set of the superhero movie. Reeves revealed a first look at Pattinson's Batman costume through a video he released just as production was ramping up. The video was a moody, red-tone piece that offered fans a good look at Pattinson's cowl and the upper part of the Batman suit. Leaked later, set photos of Pattinson's stunt double revealed a better look at the full costume, though it was likely a stunt version of the suit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Those set photos also offered a first look at the Batman's Batcycle. Now, another key Bat vehicle is officially revealed in new official photos.
Which this somewhat confuses me because I had assumed that the Batcycle was replacing the Batmobile because this was supposed to be like an early days for Batman, kind of like a year one scenario.
I'm sorry, Don. Please finish your thought.
But apparently both are going to be in the movie? Question mark.
If I'm to guess, most likely the Batcycle is going to be throughout most of the movie. Then for like the third act, towards the end of the movie,
they're going to reveal the Batmobile finally. Yeah, that seems. I could definitely see them going that way. That was probably going to be my guess as well.
Yeah. On Twitter, Reeves posted 3 photos of Pattinson in full Batman costume standing next to his version of the Batmobile. Check out the photos and Reeves' tweet below. Okay, so we have the first photo here, which is an overhead shot, kind of overhead shot.
Mm-hmm.
It looks badass. Plus, I think if this is how the movie actually looks, I'm sold.
Again, it really feels like Matt Reeves basically took all the best Batman stories in like the last 10 years, threw them in a blender, and was like, "Here, we're doing this now."
Though I don't know. I like the car design, right? It looks cool, but I'm not getting a lot of. And again, I understand this is like the early years of Batman and all. I'm just not getting a lot of Batmobile from the car.
Well, we also, unfortunately, despite the fact that the lights are fucking awesome, they do kind of make it hard to see the damn thing. So there is that. It might just be that the lights are like obscuring what the actual car looks like.
I mean, it looks like a muscle car, which I think
it is kind of a homage sort of to the Adam West Batmobile almost.
Yeah. I was thinking that too. It just looks more like a kind of 90s kind of Batmobile for like
if the 90s Batmobile was a convertible kind of.
Well, no, what I was thinking is like if Batman's Adam West had to upgrade the Batmobile in the 90s, I think this would be it.
Like Adam West's version of Batman Beyond, which honestly somebody should do. a version of Batman Beyond set in the Adam West verse.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't have Adam West available to do the thing, which is sad. We would still have Burt Ward though.
You could
He's
do a
still
comic.
alive. Yes, we could also get a comic, which is cool.
Yeah. All right. But if like again, like if, and plus we get a better version of Robert Pattinson in the suit.
The more I see of him in the suit, the more I'm excited for this.
Yeah. It looks honestly, I like how it looks. Like it really looks a lot better. I mean, like it looked good in the test footage and stuff.
But it was obviously kind of a unfinished suit at that point, whereas now it really looks like he could be stealthy. The thing with Ben Affleck's version is that Batman looked like he could fuck you up, but he did not look stealthy at all. This Batman actually looks kind of like a ninja, like Batman kind of should look. Like he uses shadows and fear to bring, fear to the hearts of criminals, like Batman should, because, most superstitious, cowardly lot, and so forth.
I mean, I even created a character like Batman who did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, granted, most of the tactics I would have him use would be more of like slashers from slasher movies.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
It actually looks like Matt Reeves gives a damn about the Batman franchise as a whole.
I mean, hey, you remember how he did the Planet of the Apes trilogy?
Yeah.
Clearly, whatever project he's on, he gives a damn all the time. Okay, so we get another shot of here, and I'll be honest, I saw this photo first, like ever. Like, I think it was on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was like a painting at first, not like a photo.
I can definitely see where your brain got that.
I think it was mostly with Batman and how he looked. Like I think it was in motion and stuff, like the cape.
And the thing with all of these pictures is they look like comic panels, and it's not just because they're still photographs. They are composed in a way that makes them look like something out of Batman Year One or Court of Owls or Gotham by Gaslight or Long Halloween, which, as far as we know, are the four biggest influences on this movie. So again, it very much looks like Matt Reeves is a giant fucking nerd. And in fairness to Matt Reeves, a giant fucking nerd is exactly what we need.
Yeah. And I think this is like the last photo here, which is like the back of the Batmobile, and we see like the engine there, and I think there's supposed to be like an exhaust for the fire that comes out of the back.
Yeah, I don't like I really miss the fiery exhaust thing, so I'm glad that that's making a comeback.
It was in the other Batmobiles, like Bale's and Affleck's. I think
Was it in the Tumbler? I don't remember it being in the Tumbler.
Okay, maybe, yeah, it was in the Tumbler. I don't think they used it often though.
Like, as far as I'm aware, we only saw it in like one picture or one frame, and it really wasn't focused on at all. Like, as as much as the Tim Burton movies had problems, at least they knew how to shoot the Batmobile. Granted, that was like my first exposure to the Batmobile as a kid, because some of my earliest memories are watching Batman and Batman Returns, but and maybe this is just me having animated series / Burton era nostalgia, but I'm glad that the exhaust fire thing is actually going to make a substantive appearance in this, hopefully.
Right, so
Instead of having the Batmobile basically be a monster truck, which was what it kind of was in the Bale version.
yeah. Okay, so Tahilum29 says previous comment in relation to Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. And the previous comment was at 8:28 p.m. Take that in ACCT, Dalton.
What now?
I don't know. We're any context for that. Anyway, so with the final photo, we see the Batman in front of the car. Now I'm thinking that it does something like Burton's Batmobile did, where like it follows a voice command and it drove itself and it stops right in front of
That
Batman.
was the coolest scene. I loved that so much.
Yeah, that's my guess. I'm guessing at this point. God damn, it looks so cool.
Why didn't they bring that back in the Bale version, especially now that voice control technology is more commonplace?
I don't think they thought of it back then.
God damn it.
Plus, might not have been realistic or something.
But again, we've made significant strides in voice control technology, and it was semi-realistic even back then. So why wouldn't it?
I
Never
don't know.
mind. I'm not gonna try to decipher the Lovecraftian horror that is the mind of Christopher Nolan. It's just a fruitless endeavor, and I'm not wasting my time. I've already wasted my time on the Justice League Dark trailer. I'm not wasting any more of my time tonight.
Right. And we kind of see, like, I think we can see the belt of Batman. Kinda. Again, this suit does not look. It doesn't look bad. It kind of reminds me of the Arkham Knight suit from Batman Arkham Knight.
It does a little bit, yeah. I like that on this suit. It doesn't seem like anything is just for show. Everything seems like it has a practical aspect to it.
Yeah, I like that. All right, so here's the tweet Matt Reeves said. Well, it's just a bat emoji with a car emoji, hashtag the Batman.
Okay, Matt, well played, sir. You have me looking forward to a movie that I wasn't really expecting to look forward to. So, yeah, good on you, Matt Reeves, for being the giant nerd that we both needed and deserved.
Right. There's an undeniably retro feel to Reeves' Batmobile, with the basic structure making it look like a modified muscle car.
Yeah.
The glowing red tail lights tie in with the video of Pattinson's costume reveal, giving the whole Batman movie production a moody feel that may carry over into the film itself.
I will say this: I kind of hope that we get multiple designs of the Batmobile as there are more movies in this franchise. Like, I honestly prefer if every movie we got an upgraded Batmobile and an upgraded Batsuit.
Yeah, that would be cool.
And I'm gonna give this idea for free because I've waited years for someone to utilize this. Matt, the next time you upgrade the Batmobile, use the Bugatti Veyron as a mold. The Bugatti Veyron is the most Batmobile-looking fucking car I've ever seen, and nobody has ever used it as a model. Huh?
How do you spell that? I want to show a picture.
Buggati, I believe. And Veyron is
it's the second one down. Images. I remember someone that did like a design of a Lamborghini as a Batmobile.
that makes somewhat sense, but also it's not nearly as Batman. it's not nearly as Batmobile-y as the Begetti Veyron, because basically all you need to do is throw the exhaust port thing on the end and make the overhead opening thing, and you'd have a Batmobile on the Begetti Veyron.
Like that. Like that. Like I pulled up an image.
I can't see it because my screen is being stupid.
So that is a badass car, honestly. Very futuristic, very slick.
Yes, it will set you back $1 million though, literally.
Yeah. Okay, bring back up the Screen Man article. Okay, so where was I? While the exact features of Pattinson's Batmobile aren't necessarily apparent in these photos, the fact that Reeves revealed the vehicle now indicates there may be some public filming in the coming days that could offer further insight into how the car will be used. Okay. In addition to the Batmobile itself, these photos also give fans a better look at Pattinson's full costume, including his Batsuit's cape, which has previously been absent in set photos and the costume reveal.
Presumably because it's hard to move around in the cape, so they're probably going to CG the cape into a lot of shots where it's not being used.
No, I hope not. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, there are some scenes I think would need to, like for the flying scenes or something, because I hope they do let him glide in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope it's not like for more of the scenes where he's standing around and stuff.
I just hope we get another scene similar to how the Burton one opens, when he like descends on the criminals and like his cape opens.
Yeah, that's cool. That's badass. Alright, as production of the Batman continues, fans can expect more to be revealed about the upcoming DC Comics movie, whether via official channels like Reeves' Twitter or unofficial set photos.
I don't know why, but I get the impression that Matt Reeves was kind of gloating when he revealed this. Like, I'm working on a Batman movie. Ha 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 ha. Like, I get the feeling that he really kind of gets the kind of kid in candy store feeling that one of us would probably get.
I don't know what movie it would make me. I mean, like for this, obviously, yeah. But I'm trying to think of what character I would really feel like a kid in a candy store, like my favorite character. For you, it would be like I'm thinking either Doctor Strange, Doctor Fate, or John Constantine movie, or maybe Just Like Dark movie.
Basically, any magic user character, and I'd be happy. Although, because I've been reading them so much recently, and because I've been reading the comics too, I really would like to do a Dresden Files movie.
Mm.
That would be cool.
You know what? Okay, if I were to like pick my top three, it would probably be Spawn. Actually,
Which
probably
we're definitely gonna have to review when it comes out, just because it's so dear to you.
yeah. So Spawn. I'm thinking. Honestly, I think Spider-Man is like my second favorite superhero.
And we all know what they did to him in the second Tom Holland movie.
Please don't. I'm not getting started on that. Nope.
Pause for Brainstormers Unbridled Rage.
I'm good. I'm good. If you guys go, you might want to go check through our back catalog of videos.
Yeah. Basically, as angry as I got at the Justice League Dark trailer just now, was basically how angry Brainstormer got at Spider-Man Far From Home. So, yeah.
So yeah, Spawn, Spider-Man. I think a Nightcrawler movie for me.
Nightcrawler would be interesting. I kind of hate that they basically forgot he existed in the third X-Men movie.
Yeah, so yeah, like those top 3 characters I would like to do movies for.
I'd like to do a Dr. Fate movie, but it'd be so difficult to do right.
One sec. Okay, I am back, and I had to deal with my dog.
Ah,
Right. So yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this movie. I think it's gonna work out fine, and I just remember we have some more to read.
hmm.
Yeah. Though Batman set photos revealed Catwoman in street clothes alongside Bruce Wayne, we still haven't gotten very good looks at the various villains set to appear in the film.
I'd be amazed if they managed to do a Catwoman better than Michelle Pfeiffer.
Honestly, I'm not. I'm gonna judge it on my own. Judge it on its own merits.
That's fine and all, but like Michelle Pfeiffer was the quintessential Catwoman, and it's been more than 30 years, and they still haven't managed to beat it. So,
Well, I think it's because no one really understands how to do Catwoman is the thing.
and or they don't want to.
Yeah. I think okay, if you look at the Batman Arkham games, specifically Arkham City,
Hmm.
I think that's how you do Catwoman.
Yeah.
More in the writing and like her flirty banter and stuff with Batman.
Yeah. She's supposed to be a cat person. She should behave like a cat.
Cat burglar.
Well, but she's also a cat-themed cat burglar, so she should be as feline as possible. Which basically means that she needs to be Grace incarnate. And manipulative as fuck.
I don't.
What? What was the want for?
For the pun. Right. But no, I am interested to see this version of Catwoman. Because the actress, I can't remember her name, and I feel bad that I can't. Because I think she was in something, but I can't remember what it was.
All I know is if Matt Reeves is half as fanboy about working with Catwoman as he is about working with Batman, this may actually give Michelle Pfeiffer a run for her money. It'd be a hard thing to do, but he could do it.
Right.
Because again, I think this is the first time that an actual Batman fanboy has been allowed to play with Batman. Burton was mostly out for Burton's sake, because Burton is always mostly out for a chance to Tim Burtonize everything. Christopher Nolan was all high on my realism and my artistry, and Zack Snyder is a putz. So, yeah, this may very well be the first time we get a chance to see an actual Batman fanboy doing Batman. And the less said about Joel Schumacher, the better, because he still thought he was stuck in the 60s show.
I still would have liked. I still am interested to see what Ben Affleck could have done with his version,
Oh
Batman.
yeah, if they had not recast it and they had used Ben Affleck for this, it could still be awesome. I'm just saying, I kind of like that they're getting a full from scratch thing going on here.
Yeah, no, that's fine. All right. What else? Right. Okay. Fans are no doubt curious to see Colin Farrell's Penguin and Paul Dano's Riddler look like. I'm more curious on how they act, but whatever. I mean, like, I understand costumes
Well,
are for these.
it helps with the world building to see the aesthetic of the characters. So
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm just saying, like,
you're more interested to see them actually embodying the characters.
yep.
Because I remember when the first reveal for Joaquin Phoenix came out, and a lot of people didn't quite get it. But then we saw him actually in the movie in the first trailer, and it was like, oh goddamn, this is gonna be awesome,
Mhm.
and it was.
All right. So where were we? Hopefully it won't be too long before even more first looks at the Batman characters, Bruce Wayne's allies, and the superheroes' gadgets are revealed either in official photos or set images.
Yeah, I can't agree with that more. I mean, I want more of this like now.
I've seen a lot of like those fan trailers
Hmm
that they do for these movies, and for one thing, some are so good that
You almost wish that Warner Brothers would just take notes.
well, that and also some people believe that they're actually real trailers.
Honestly, I think if studios were to hire the better trailer editors, they could make a lot more interesting trailers.
Yeah, like I actually made some fan edited trailers once or twice.
Yes, I know. I think you showed me.
Yeah, yeah. But they embody those fan trailers for the Batman, like the Matt Reeves one that's coming out.
Mhm.
If it's capturing something, I think this movie has as well. I
Yeah,
can't exactly explain it. It's just
yeah, the passion for the character and the
yeah.
actual knowledge of the character as well.
hmm Okay.
Which again feels kind of like Matt Reeves was like, "What are the best Batman stories? Those are the best Batman stories." I'm sticking them in a blender, and I'm making a movie out of the results.
Right, and I am just so curious to see when the first trailer comes out, which I'm assuming is going to be like somewhere after summer.
Well, okay, when does it actually come out? What's the date of the release?
Well, it's supposed to be next year, obviously. So
Well, yeah, but like what day? Because or what? Yeah, what time? Because like it'll make a difference if it's like January or February of next year versus like June, July of next year. I'm sure someone somewhere has a Batman 21 or 2021 release date. I almost said 2121. We're not to fill the future's timeline yet.
okay,
Nobody got that joke.
nope.
It was a show from Disney about a kid from 2121 coming back to the past.
Oh, Phil of the Future. Okay, I didn't even. I was kind of concentrated on trying to
Find the release date.
Yeah, and I have to look up on my phone because my computer's being a little slow.
Okay, well at least you got it. I felt very alone there for a second that I was the only one that remembered that show existed.
Okay. So, I still want to look up release date. Just June 25th, 2021.
Okay, so summer of next year, which means it'll probably be December-ish before we get much.
Well, I mean, we're bound to get a teaser trailer around, like, I don't know, end of summer, like September or something.
The earliest will probably be like August that we can expect anything.
Either
then
way,
we'll-
I'm excited.
Then they'll start to kind of kick into high gear around December. And then the last trailer will probably be like March.
Yeah, again, either way, I'm
Yeah.
excited.
We're definitely going to be reacting to those when they do come out.
All right, so article's finally loaded. This one is, I honestly have no words for this one. Like, you sent this to me, right, Don?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, so this is from Bounty in the Comics. Boycott launched against Disney's Onward. Claims film indoctrinates children with the LGBTQ agenda. This is by John F. Trent. Published February 29th, 2020.
Yeah. Periodic reminder: the traditionalists are fuck-ups too.
We belong to no side, really. Well, I don't.
Yep. Yeah, and the main reason for that is both sides happen to be fucking nuts. And also authoritarian moralist scum.
Yep.
And to all my fellow anti-SJWs who support my Christian values and so on and so forth, not so fast, lest we forget that the original flavor of moral authoritarian was a bunch of Christian busybodies who wanted to ban video games, Dungeons and Dragons, rock music, and basically every other fucking thing that's worth enjoying because it didn't live up to the standards of my deity. So, yeah. Lest we forget that the other side is also a bunch of authoritarian cunts when you let them be.
Right. And I'm thinking this is going to be, think of the children kind of argument.
Yes, the group in question is literally called 1 Million Moms, and they're basically like a fundamentalist Christian group.
Oh my god. Okay.
My family values / my traditionalism, so on and so forth.
Alright, so and okay, full disclosure, we have not seen Onward. I had no interest in seeing this movie because I'm not like, it didn't really click with me.
And I am going to see it by virtue, if nothing else, of its premise and the fact that it's a Pixar movie. Because Pixar's basically pandering directly to me at this point, let's face it. Between Coco, Inside Out, this movie, and the upcoming Soul, I feel almost as though Pixar was like, how can we pander directly to Dalton with this movie?
It doesn't really strike a chord with me like Up did, so.
Well, and just to show where we're both coming from, I didn't really like Up, so that should say all that it needs to say.
You're a cold, heartless bastard, Dalton.
I don't like movies that are emotionally manipulative.
I don't really think it's emotionally
So,
manipulative. You know, this would actually be a very interesting thing to cover for our next, debate.
Yeah, our next milestone debate that we do.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I haven't seen this, nor really intend to. Don's gonna see it.
Because I kind of have to.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see what this whole bullshit's about.
Mm-hmm.
A boycott has been launched against Disney's Onward after it was revealed the film would introduce the first Pixar animated LGBT character.
Which I did see in a clip, actually, the quote-unquote LGBT reveal scene, so yeah, no, it's not really worth getting riled up about. It's basically on par with Paranorman, if anyone remembers that movie, which
Oh, so
which 1 Million Moms also got their knickers in a twist over.
like what? One line of dialogue and just
The fact that a gay character was portrayed sympathetically, basically, and wasn't a walking stereotype. The fact that the character was designed to be both liked and gay at the same time.
okay, whatever. I'm sorry. It's just
They basically called Paranorman manipulative for not revealing that the character was gay until the very end. So their precious children would spend the entire movie thinking the character was okay to like, and then they would have to explain what gay was to their
you know what?
kid.
It's their own damn faults when their kids watch the movie. Okay.
Well, the thing with Paranorman that baffles me in the extreme is, number one, the movie is literally like
It's about
literally
ghosts, right? It's about the
literally
afterlife.
yeah, it has so many more things that I would imagine my family values Christian, values people would hate more. Like the fact that, it focuses primarily on a kid with necromantic medium powers and or magic. And
Witches.
it portrays fundamentalist Christians as authoritarian whack jobs in the form of the judges. And of course, lest we forget the irony of the fact that the movie is about, tolerance, and they responded to that movie by not tolerating it. But anyway, that's a whole different set of
I mean,
moral
it
authoritarianism.
is the same group, so
Well, yeah, they did completely lose their shit. I'm just saying, it's like, did you not watch the movie?
yeah, it's the same thing with this movie with Onward because it involves magic and involves fantasy,
Yeah,
and I'm sure girl, I'm
you would think that would be the boycott worthy thing first. Although I did see a review for Doctor Strange when it came out that basically boiled down to, they're indoctrinating our kids into studying witchcraft, herder. So yeah.
okay. Okay, moving on. Okay, the boycott was launched by sorry, by 1 Million Moms after it was revealed that the character of Officer Spectre would be an LGBT character and would reference she's a member of the LGBT community in the dialogue of the film.
She's also an elf, so there is that, but what have you.
Oh, I thought you had more to say. Okay.
No, it's just again pointing out that if anything would set this group off, you would think it would be the very premise of the movie, but what the fuck do I know?
Yeah. Okay. Officer Spectre reveals she's a member of the LGBT community after her and her fellow police officer, Officer Gore, pull over the two main protagonists who disguise themselves as adults in order to fool Officer Spectre. One of the boys complains about his girlfriend's kids. Officer Spectre sympathizes with him, saying, "My girlfriend's daughter got me pulling my hair out." Okay.
Yeah, that's literally it. I've seen the scene. That is literally the only reference to McGayness.
It's a side character. Honestly, I'm more surprised that the LGBT community isn't up in arms. That it's a very
Up in arms that it's not more gay,
no. It's not more. It's not like
a main character.
yeah.
Yeah. But this is the point that I find it incredibly important to occasionally make. Whether it's one side going, there's not enough gay, or it's the other side going, there's too much gay. They're both twats.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just saying, like, it surprised me that
Yeah, you sometimes you basically have to play moralist roulette. Which side of highly ideological moralists are going to get pissed off at us this time? Is it
Mhm.
going to be the people wanting there to be more gay in the movie, or is it going to be people saying that there's too much gay in the movie already?
Mhm. Yeah.
And
Plus,
incidentally, for those of us, for those SJWs out there who are wondering why Disney won't put more gay shit into their movies, people like this are why. Because for every one of you that goes, not enough gay, there's someone in 1 Million Moms or any number of other Christian groups or traditionalist groups that go, you're indoctrinating our children into a sex cult, Needless to say, the fact that straight romances occur in movies all the time doesn't bother these people. And that bothers me, because the argument that usually these people will make is you shouldn't put sexual content in kids' movies. And I would be fine with that argument if they had the same level of issue with straight couples. But they don't. Every motherfucking one of them still shows their kids classic Disney movies. As well they should, because classic Disney movies are awesome, but that's not the point. The point is, if you have a problem with gay relationships in movies, why don't you have a similar problem with straight relationships in movies? And whether they want to admit it or not, the reason primarily appears to be that there's something different about gayness that makes it more sexual than straightness, apparently, in their minds.
yeah. Can I also add this in terms of writing?
Mm-hmm.
If you change the Officer Spectre to either a male, it's a fine sentence, or you have it my boyfriend's daughter, right?
Yeah.
That's fine. It works either way.
Yeah.
Either way, it's the same situation that happens.
Yeah, but because they loosely implied that this character has a relationship with a woman who apparently was already married at one point, enough to have a daughter, or at least had a previous relationship enough to have a daughter, this is forbidden, apparently, because it's talking about sexuality with children, even though, it would still be talking about sexuality with children if it were a straight relationship. And if you're going to hit me with but gay people don't have romance, then I'm going to tell you to fuck off. Because speaking as a gay person or a bisexual person who mostly prefers guys, who is a hopeless romantic, you can fuck right off, my darlings. Especially after the week I had, which is not needed to be going into again. I've already vented to Brainstormer once about this, and I'm sure he doesn't want to hear it again. Basically, I had a bad week in the whole romance department, and it pisses me off. And thus, this makes me even more pissed off than it otherwise would.
Okay, Dalton, I'm going to do what you usually do and offer a virtual hug.
It is appreciated.
For the record, I bear hug, so I would probably be breaking you right now.
And again, like I mentioned the last time you offered to bear hug me, there are a lot worse ways to go, and I would probably find it extremely endearing.
All right. So yeah,
if I died in the process, I would at least die happy. knowing that I made a positive impact on a friend of mine's life. So yay.
Okay, so the boycott by return to the article. The boycott by 1 million moms explains this is just the latest instance of numerous attempts by Disney to indoctrinate children with the LGBTQ agenda discreetly and now more overtly.
Usually when we talk about the LGBT agenda, what we are talking about is the overzealous activists, who, for the record, as a bisexual person, I hate too. But the problem is, you are conflating the mere existence of LGBT people in stories with that agenda. And they're not the same thing at all. It would be different if this was like a major theme of the movie. If this movie revolved around a lesbian character looking for love, you might have a point about the LGBT agenda. But as far as we know, and as far as is visible in the movie, it's just the mere acknowledgement that, hey, gay characters exist, and their lives are perfectly sane and happy. And this is a perfectly reasonable and organic thing to have happen. If you qualify that as the LGBT agenda, then you can jump right off a bridge, madams. I say madams because it's a group called 1 Million Moms. So I'm assuming the vast majority of them are female. Thus, respective madams, you can all take a long walk off a short pier with a running jump.
Mm-hmm. Not entirely sure if I have anything to add to that. I mean, like, because I think I've stated like once or twice, I'm technically Christian, and I grew up in a primarily Christian house. Well, yeah, no, I grew up in a Christian household. Granted, we weren't like overzealous Christians or anything. We just
Thank God. It would really put a damper on our friendship if you tried to burn me at the stake for any of the things that I probably would be burned at the stake for.
yeah, no, I just I have no issue with gay characters or really gay people in general. My whole philosophy is don't be an asshole to me and I won't be an asshole to you. And I think that's how most people should really conduct themselves.
Yep. And I'm just gonna highlight this one last time for the sake of, pointing out the hypocrisy here. If straight couples can get all romantic and goo goo and gaga at each other in every child's romance movie ever, then surely it doesn't violate any kind of decorum for gay people simply to mention that they exist and that they are happy and functional.
If I could mention like this ultra, what was it? Like that ultra traditionalist Christian meme at this point.
Yeah.
It's Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, is like, I think their thought process. Personally, I think that's incredibly stupid, narrow-minded, and just completely.
Well, and if we're honestly going to play with that, then okay, let's play with that. That means that every single human is technically committing incest every time they have a romantic relationship. Because according to the Christian mythos, we're all descended from Adam and Eve, therefore, in some far distant way, we're all committing incest.
We have the weirdest conversations on here.
Yeah, we do. We really do.
Yeah. Anyway, just Again, it's a really stupid idea.
Yep.
You know. Okay, so
And
they bring up example. I'm sorry.
no,
Yeah.
go ahead. You're
Yeah.
fine.
So we're going back to the article because we got to finish that one because we got another one to do and then a review of something. So they bring up examples. They point to Finding Dory, which features a lesbian couple in a scene, a single scene. Just
Which is apparently enough to have them clutching their pearls and go, "Won't somebody please think of the children?"
I wonder if that. I wonder if that's on my soundboard. I'd have to look.
I would absolutely love if it were, honestly.
If not, I can just bring it up on YouTube and just click replay.
There's so many awesome Simpsons memes.
Yeah. Okay, so well, my soundboard has like over thousands of pages. And I think it'd take me too long to try and actually find it, so I'm just gonna look it up on YouTube. Real quick, but point where there's gotta be someone to do Think of the Children. I'll play it. Okay, so let me just. All right, so they bring up another example: the live-action remake of Beauty and the Beast, with a brief implication that LeFou was gay, and Toy Story 4 that features two moms dropping off the child at school and picking them back up. Okay, this shit happens. It's life.
And the only reason I can concede that you would have a problem with this is because you don't think that gay people should be able to have normal lives. You think they should be ostracized and hidden away. And speaking as someone who hopes, very hopefully, to someday marry a dude who I will be very happy with, you can fuck right off. Especially if I ever intend to have a child with said person.
You as a dad, huh?
I'm probably going to avoid having kids just on the basis of me as a dad would probably scar some kid for life. And also, my own dad was a fucking
Oh no,
clusterfuck of
dude.
issues.
I honestly think you'd be an awesome dad. It's just, I also think you'd be a dad that would constantly try to embarrass their kid just for the lulz.
I wouldn't do that. I'm too familiar with my own mother doing that to me, so I wouldn't deliberately embarrass my child for any amount of lulls.
I would.
I get the weird feeling that I'm gonna be named as your child's godparents at some point.
Um, we'll talk about that when we come to that bridge.
and, and there's going to be a point where I'm gonna have to actually do the like stereotypical fairy godparent thing.
Who knows? If we're still really good friends when I actually do have a kid, I might have your name be a middle name or something.
That that would be extremely weird. But then again, it's probably going to be a good number of years before either of us have to worry about that. I will tell you that if I have children, either biologically or adopted, I probably would rather have a biological child via a surrogate mother than an adopted kid, just because I know how genes work and I know how, evolution works. Therefore, if I get the chance to pass on my genes, I'm passing on my genes. As much as that will probably fuck over a kid because he will be biologically connected to me, and that's just wrong. But I will say, if I ever have a kid and we're still friends by then, you're probably going to get named as the godparents. That way, if anything ever happens to me and my future spouse, I will know that they will be well taken care of.
Why are you gonna melt my cold heart, man?
because I'm apparently the only one so far that has managed to do it. And,
True. That's
and
true, actually.
And you deserve good things
Yeah.
to happen to you for once.
Okay, so back to the article because we got to do this. They claim these scenes are subtle in order to desensitize children, but now Disney has traded its subtlety for intentionality. Okay, that just
Okay, back to what I was gonna say. Back to what I was gonna say. LeFou was always gay. I refuse any argument that you can possibly make to tell me that LeFou, who sings a song about the guy he likes in both versions of the movie, is not gay for Gaston. I refuse it entirely.
okay. So here's my thing. Even if it's subtly implied, I would prefer it to be more outspoken. Because my whole thing is if it's not pointed out to me directly, I never really catch it.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, that was for SJW stuff, but it also for other things as well.
Yeah.
Unless it's not pointed or like shoved in my face directly, I don't see it.
Because you just don't waste that much time or brain space on shit like that. But
Nope.
again, I'm gonna point out the parallel. To you, one scene here or there is too much gay. But entire plots of classic Disney movies and classic fairy tales and every other fucking thing that children are exposed to that focus on romance between a male character and a female character and not a peep. You basically make the cricket noise. Like Sleeping Beauty basically revolves around her and Philip courting the entire movie. Not a problem. Beauty and the Beast, literally about two characters falling in love with each other as the main plot of the movie. Not a peep from people like this. Even though she's falling in love with an animal for most of that movie because he's in beast form. But one or two scenes with a gay character, and to paraphrase Heath Ledger's Joker, everyone loses their minds. You say that a movie will be focused entirely on the romance between two straight characters, and everything goes according to plan. One or two scenes with a gay character, and everyone loses their minds. Not to mention, I'm not sure where you're drawing the distinction between subtle and overt, given that this is literally a side joke from a side character in a one-off scene. In all the cases you brought up here.
Yeah, it's like I don't get it. It's just see, I can understand if it's like if it takes up a great deal of the movie. I could kind of understand that.
Yeah, then it's forced and annoying, like it is in Birds of Prey when Harley is unnecessarily flirty with every character. But like simply a gay character basically coming on screen for 5 seconds to go, I'm in the movie and also I'm in a happy, healthy relationship with someone of the same sex. And it's a big deal, apparently. It was a big deal when Paranorman did it to these people. It's a big deal when all the examples they've given already have done it. And I'm going to venture to guess that every time they do it in the future, it will still be a big deal.
Oh, that's funny.
What happened?
I just read a little bit of what comes next.
Okay, proceed.
The boycott and petition adds, Disney has decided to be politically correct instead of providing family-friendly programming. Disney should stick to entertaining, not pushing an agenda. Okay, that I agree with, without the context.
Yeah. without context, it's a perfectly fine statement. But with the context, you're just trying to swap one kind of political correctness for another. You're trying to swap you're trying to swap what the SJWs would call diversity for what you call family values. It's just another kind of moral authoritarianism. It's just another kind of, won't somebody please think of the human MacGuffins? For you guys, it's the children. For the SJWs, it's the gays. And speaking as one of the gays, I fucking hate both of you. How about instead of everyone shouting over each other to see who gets to shoot each other in the head with a moral gun first, we just put the moral guns away? How about nobody gets to stymie and control art for reasons of, but morality though? Yeah, fuck your morality. Unless we're having a moral discussion, it should not be anywhere in the discussion. Unless the topic under discussion is morality, the use of morality as justification for anything should be nowhere. You don't get to control society and culture because your God says so, any more than SJWs get to control society and culture because the concept of all women says so. You're just swapping the MacGuffins around. What those people call problematic, yeah, you call sinful. What those people call politically correct, you call morally upstanding. What those people call diverse and inclusive, you call family values. It's the same, it's functionally the same statement, it's just with some more, it's with some words and concepts switched around.
Mm-hmm.
You're just the mirror universe versions of each other. And claiming to be defending against political correctness by basically instituting your own form of political correctness is complete bullshit. Because you don't want people to be able to say whatever they want. You want art to basically be designed to your specific specification. Someone rallying against political correctness would hate both of you. You want to know why? Because someone rallying against political correctness would realize the reason you do that is so people can be free to make whatever kind of art they want. And more importantly, art can be held to the standard of merit and not ideology or morality.
Hello.
Yeah. But instead, you're using fighting political correctness to basically institute yet another version of political correctness. And I will say this to you now, just as I said it to you in the late 90s and early 2000s when you tried to shove all kinds of propaganda against things like D&D and comics down my throat. Piss off, you moralizing pricks. The same thing I would say, by the way, to the SJWs. Morality has no place in art unless you're actually making parables. And these aren't supposed to be moral parables. They're supposed to be pieces of art for the purpose of showing kids what good art is. If they can work in other themes, that's fine, but it's not fundamentally necessary. Morality, if it appears in kids' media, is completely incidental to whether that media is actually any good or not.
Okay, so it then states the petition for their boycott and stuff. Or I guess it's a petition to take the movie out of theaters.
I guess? Or
Well, the boycott is obviously to not put
to
money.
not watch it, but I don't know what the... I guess the petition is to show, look how many people disagree with you, Disney. Aren't you going to cave to us now? Yeah, no. my solution to this discussion isn't either side being catered or caved to. It doesn't make sense for the Twitterati to be able to cancel people and rob them of their living
You know what?
and stymie any art they want to. But it also doesn't make sense for you people to be able to go, oh my god, won't somebody please think of the children? They're trying to turn our children gay.
That's
Never mind that's not how sexuality works
yeah.
at all.
I mean, I've watched plenty of things with gay characters in it, and I'm straight as hell.
And I've watched plenty of straight characters in movies for basically ever, and yeah, still prefer dudes.
Okay, so back to this. Oh wait, I think we had some there. There was something left to be said.
I didn't.
Oh right, okay. It doesn't matter the sexuality of a character in a piece of art or media. What matters is what that character, who that character is, and how how it makes us gravitate towards them.
Yeah, and that can work for basically any kind of character,
Right.
even characters that are directly supposed to be villainous.
Are you referencing Black Mask or?
No, I'm referencing characters like Mr. Glass and Joker. And
Oh, okay.
this is the thing. I'm sure at least some of the 1 Million Moms people watched Joker to stick it to the SJWs. And I'm sure they used the same or similar arguments that we would use. Like, what are you talking about? A, he's supposed to be the villain, and B, the movie isn't about any of the political shit you want it to be about. Media. Well, I'm afraid, my darlings, that you can't just take that argument and go home with it when it's no longer useful to you. If you want to be against the SJWs, you can't just do what the SJWs would do from the opposite color scheme. You can't just basically create the moral reverse of their structure and sell it back to them and be like, this is actually morally absent. It's like what I get at with the men's rights thing, and why I hate traditionalism and feminism fairly equally. Because in both cases, it's men are broken, men are damaged, and therefore they need to find their self-worth in protecting and providing for women. Both sides of the argument believe that. And it's the same argument we've been having for thousands of years. It's, to borrow a phrase from one of my favorite YouTubers, Dr. Random McCam, men are bad and women are weak. Well, pardon me, sirs and madams, but what if men are not necessarily bad and women are not necessarily weak? What if we should focus on men's personhood more and women's agency more, rather than focusing on women's personhood exclusively and giving men all the agency? How about we give men and women equal amounts of both personhood and agency? Just saying. And you may think you're having a substantive argument, 1 Million Moms, against the SJWs, but all you're doing is taking what they would say, swapping out some words and concepts, and using the same framework.
Yeah.
Again, if you take the word Satan and swap it with the word patriarchy, they're the same argument. But with the feminists, it's always, if we take the word Satan and swap it with the word patriarchy, that automatically makes it better somehow. And with these people, it's always, well, sure, the patriarchy doesn't make any sense, but the devilarchy or the Satanarchy does totally make sense. Yeah, no. How about there is no big, giant, demonic force in society trying to brainwash your kids? In either direction, guys. You can't just take the word problematic and swap it for sinful and act like you're saying anything that's fundamentally different. You're still saying this is bad because moral indignation, and this is bad because my morality says so. And in both cases, the answer is fuck your morality. It has no bearing on this topic.
Mm-hmm. Shall we?
We shall.
Please share this with your friends and family to make sure they are aware of the gay character in Onward and not blindsided by it. Again, it is a very minuscule, from what I'm gathering, it's a very minuscule and side character, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, can I just point out the word choice they use there? Blindsided by it? Are you honestly telling me that someone in the ranks of 1 million moms saw Onward, liked it, and until right up until it got to the gay character, and then all of a sudden, like, she was knocked on her ass and rolling in the aisle because she was so stunned by the fact that there was a gay character in it? Really? You were that morally indignant over a scene which basically had no bearing on the movie aside from that. Really? I'm sorry to tell you this, my dear, and well, no, because I'm actually going to really enjoy this, but it sounds to me like you got triggered by the existence of a gay character in this. And once again, it doesn't make sense for you to mock SJWs for being triggered if you're just going to turn around and get triggered by various things. The laughable part about being triggered isn't the ideological woo-woo justifications for it, because the justifications can be literally anything. The thing that people mock about being triggered is the whole disproportionate moral indignation over relatively small shit. And it's just as laughable when you're being triggered over, but my God says, or but my Bible says, as it is when NSJW goes, but my gender studies says. It's the same argument, you just swap the moral magnetic poles.
Yeah, I kind of want to stop going to church. Story for a different time, folks.
Yeah, I'm not gonna even touch that, because if I encourage you to follow that, then you could make the argument that I'm being anti-Christian, and if I encourage you not to follow that, then I'm being kind of disingenuous. So
no, I'll tell you, dude. I'll tell you the story after.
Okay, cool.
All right. But okay, so the last part of this is, as moms, we all want to know when Disney is attempting to desensitize our children by normalizing the LGBTQ lifestyle. Hold on, Dalton, before you say anything.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
They're trying to desensitize them, are they? Did it ever occur to you they're trying to desensitize them because there's substantively nothing wrong with being gay? Like, the reason why they're trying to desensitize them is because you are, to keep within the metaphor, you are, you skinned your knee over the tiniest possible grain of rice. Like it reminds me a little bit, and Allison from Honey Badger Radio used this metaphor once, and I'm gonna borrow it because it works. Have you ever heard the story of the Princess and the Pea?
I remember it kind of. That's basically okay. Summarized guess is basically that is the princess who sat on like a bunch of like beds with like a pea put somewhere and was able to tell that it was there.
Yeah, basically the story is a prince wanted to find someone properly noble and feminine to marry. So he got it in his head that a proper princess was so delicate that she could feel a pea under 1,000 mattresses if a pea was placed under the 1,000th mattress. So he had every woman in the kingdom line up to spend a night sleeping on this bed that had 1,000 mattresses and a pea underneath it. And he married the one who could actually notice that the pea was there.
That sounds like a really dumb story.
Yeah, it's not the best of the fairy tales. I will grant you, but yeah, you're basically doing the abstract ideological version of that. There's a tiny insignificant pea under 1,000 mattresses, and you're basically treating it as though you're on a bed of nails. Maybe, just maybe, rather than keep the moral indignation against homosexuality going, you could just maybe get the fuck over yourselves. A pea being in the bed is not that big a deal when you're on 1,000 mattresses, and there's nothing wrong with being gay, so maybe it is important that your kids be desensitized, because otherwise, apparently, you would teach them that being gay is so weird that you need to focus on it all the time.
Okay. Alright. Moving forward. Goddamn. This is real stupidity. I mean, I know we cover a lot of stupidity, but Jesus.
Yeah, it's a very unique flavor of stupid. And I do occasionally like to throw stories like this in there just to keep everyone centered, because a lot of people, for whatever reason, in response to SJW bullshit, will go, but my Christianity and my traditionalism did absolutely nothing wrong, and we should go back there
Fuck off.
now. And it's just like, okay, that is the most bullshit choice of all bullshit choices. It's what we call in philosophical circles a false dichotomy. It's basically like the choice between somebody getting shot in the dick versus somebody getting shot in the shoulder.
Why? Why do you have to say the dick, man?
I was trying to make alarming imagery, but it's basically like, if I gave you that choice, and these people are picking the shoulder instead of the dick.
Well, either way, you get shot.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point of a false dichotomy. Rather than pick in the arbitrary scenario we've set up, you should say, how about you just don't shoot me, you motherfuckers? And in the case of the traditionalism versus feminism thing, how about we just don't pick either? How about we pick options other than the one we've operated under for thousands of years that didn't fucking work, or the one we've been operating under for about a century that is fundamentally broken? How about just stick with me here. How about we pick an option that doesn't horribly suck for all parties involved? Because rather than pick the lesser of two evils, we could pick something, I don't know, what's the word? Oh yeah, good. Rather than make the choice between getting shot in two very painful regions, we could just go with the, how about we just don't get shot option?
Right. Okay. So, moving on. I don't know why I lost the words there for a sec.
Yeah.
Finally, the call to boycott encourages people to sign a petition that will be sent to Disney CEO Bob Chapek. Okay. Sign our petition to Disney CEO Bob Chapek stating that a family will not watch the film Onward since its inclusion of an openly gay character goes against your beliefs and values. Okay, hold on, Dalton, before you do. First off, this is a realm where there are no humans. They're fantasy creatures. Does that, I mean, it's not really promoting, it's not promoting same-sex to humans. It's just saying.
Not that there would be a massive problem even if there were, but
I know,
yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Under the premise of the movie, we're talking about elves, which either are so ubiquitous as to be not worth paying attention to, or don't exist. Pick one.
Yep.
Also, just because I'm me and I have to bring this back around, it's funny to me that you think that any variety of fairy would give a shit about this. Like, if I was to summon Queen Mab right now, not that I could because that would take far too long, but if I did, and I railed at her for allowing her subjects to have same-sex sexuality of any kind, not only would I probably be turned into something horrible because it's Queen fucking Mab, but she would probably laugh right before turning me into something horrible because it's Queen Mab.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because fairies are the most free-loving mother. They're nature spirits, and elves are a kind of fairy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew that. I knew they were like.
Get. So why do you think they would care about two people of the same sex or two entities of the same sex?
Well, no, I was just more like, I was trying to like point out the fact that they're not human characters. I mean, they're humanoid, but
yeah, they're not supposed to have a one-to-one connection to humans necessarily.
Yeah, in terms of what the 1 million moms thing is talking about, technically they're not trying to indoctrinate your kids. Plus, it's fiction.
Yeah, it's a story, and it's art.
Yeah. All right. So, the message that will be sent to. Oh wait, no, I okay. Wait, did I? I already
You
read
read
that.
that already, yeah.
Okay. The message that will be sent to Bob Chapek reads: I do not agree with the LGBTQ agenda you are pushing on families in the upcoming movie Onward. My family and I will not watch this film. Disney has left conservative and Christian families no other choice but to avoid Onward since it goes against our beliefs and values. Really? That's so stupid.
And again, I would also say that I am against the LGBTQ agenda because the activists are fucking nuts.
Yeah.
However, simply acknowledging that gay people exist and can lead happy and productive lives is not what I would consider the LGBTQ agenda. It's what the LGBTQ agenda is based on, but that's like saying every Christian is a member of the Spanish Inquisition.
I take offense to that, by the way.
As you should, because that would be insane for anyone to say every Christian is as bad as the Spanish Inquisition.
Well, I take double offense because one, I'm Mexican, but I have Spaniard blood.
You are Hispanic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the petition and boycott has currently been signed by, you forgot by in there, writer of this article. Signed by.
Can people on the internet learn to get editors or at least proofread?
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I do that with my scripts all the time.
Yeah, and I just don't script because I know I'd fuck it up, so I don't bother.
I mean, you do have a fucked up eye. No offense.
Well, both of my eyes have optic nerve damage, so yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. I knew you had like a wonky eye, but okay.
Yeah, no, I can see, but in terms of like my reaction time, the electrical signal takes like 200 milliseconds longer to get from my eye to my brain than it does in a normal person's eye, and that completely fucks up my reaction time.
Mm. If it makes you feel better, I have been wearing glasses since I was like in third grade.
Yeah,
I
tried wearing glasses, but we found they didn't help, so I stopped wearing them.
And I also have terrible reaction time. I can't catch shit.
I once could because it was something that I actually practiced in gym, but I have long since given up on that, so I can't catch shit either.
You and Jim. I'm sorry, I know that's mean.
It's exactly as humorously embarrassing as you're thinking.
Yeah, okay. All right. Onward arrives in theaters on March 6, 2020. The film stars voice talents of Chris Pratt, Tom Holland, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Octavia Spencer, May Rodriguez, Lena White, and Ali Wong. I feel like that's a star-studded cast, and I don't know a lot of them, or if I do, I've forgotten them.
Yeah, it's a really great it's a really good cast actually.
Yeah. Right. It is directed by Dan Scanlon. Here's the official description. When teenage elf brothers Ian and Barley Lightfoot, voices of Tom Holland and Chris Pratt, get an unexpected opportunity to spend one more day with their late dad, they embark on an extraordinary quest aboard Barley's epic van, Guinevere. Like any good quest, their journey is filled with magic spells, cryptic maps, impossible obstacles, and unimaginable discoveries. But when the boys' fearless mom, Laurel, voiced by Julia Louis-Dreyfus, realizes her sons are missing, she teams up with a part lion, part bat, part scorpion former warrior, aka the Manticore, voice of Octavia Spencer, and heads off to find them. Perilous curses aside, this one magical day could mean more than any of them ever dreamed.
Yeah. Basically, to sort of translate that, they find out that there's a way to bring their dad back to life for one day when the youngest brother turns of age. But the older brother gets so excited that he distracts the younger brother who is casting the magic, and that does not go well. So they basically only have the lower half of their dad, and they have to find a MacGuffin called the Phoenix Stone in order to bring him back fully. Otherwise, the spell will wear off and they'll never get the chance again.
I'll be honest, that does sound like a heart-wrenching. That sounds like a really heartfelt story. Still not gonna watch it though.
And I'm still going to watch it, even though of the parts of that movie, I find the actual like emotional beat to be kind of one of the things I hate Pixar for doing, which is emotionally manipulating its audience into crying at every movie.
Be honest, the only Pixar films I've seen are Toy Story and Up.
Oh, you're missing out on a lot of really good movies.
Nothing's really grabbed me. Anyway, the last sentence of the article says, "What do you make of this boycott? Do you plan on signing the petition and joining the boycott?" No, because I think it is wrong and it is incredibly stupid.
Ditto. Also, I'm bi, so it would be really, really hypocritical for me to.
Well, that, and also I'm pretty sure you couldn't. They wouldn't allow you to.
Well, that, but also these are people who I very strongly suspect would not be in favor of me finding anyone to love ever. So, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah. Okay, so waiting for the last article to be brought up, but I did want to bring up the fact, and I think I brought up like writing gay characters before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think the major thing for both of us and for many of people that we have talked to or like us in terms of mentality,
Yeah,
is it doesn't matter who the character likes. It's more of how that character interacts with people.
yeah. To what extent does their affections matter? Do I care about whether this person finds love or not?
Yeah. Well, also just the character in general. Like, what is their character?
Yeah. What are their likes? What are their dislikes? What are their interests? What motivates them to get up in the morning or makes them feel sad, etc., etc.
Right. Okay. So, I'm not sure if you remember this character I talked about, which was like a Flash type character for my superhero stories.
Yeah, the runner that's gay.
Yeah. So yeah, he's supposed to be gay, but he was like a former high school track star, but stopped doing track because his mother got sick and he had to like start taking care of her.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't have the best in terms of money.
Yeah.
So he started to do stealing. Like he broke into houses and like stole stuff and pawned it off to like get money to at least pay the minimum for monthly treatments for his mother, who I believe had like cancer or something
Mm-hmm.
like that. And he had this flaw where he would basically be he would run away from his problems. Like, I think I even had it where he would run away from his relationship that he had with his boyfriend.
Well, yeah, he's a former track star and a speedster. I can't imagine running away from his problems wouldn't be part of his character.
Right. And so as he becomes the hero, the kind of speedster character hero, obviously he learns to not run away from his problems anymore. But I also added to that he also needs to learn when not to foolishly rush in head first. And then there was this other character, a bisexual character that I told you about, who was like a Robin to a Batman character I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Who was like a former child prostitute who was abused greatly in her youth. She then goes to be part of the my Teen Titans heroes group.
I don't remember you bringing this one up.
Oh. Huh.
I remember the speedster, and I remember your Batman stand-in, and I remember the Reaper, and I remember the guy who is really, really tall and can grow to giant size but hates being tall. But
Yeah.
I don't remember this character.
So yeah, this character, would have obviously like trust issues, and the world treated her like shit for her youth.
Yeah, if she was human trafficked, I can see why she would not be quite optimistic.
But through being taught and trained by my Batman stand-in, she starts to kind of come around, and when she becomes part of like my group of Teen Titans characters, she becomes enthralled in a relationship with essentially my universe's Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fine relationship, but they just don't have a lot in common, so they just kind of break it off mutually. Like they sit down and like logically think that through. then my character goes through this kind of other relationship with a girl and starts to realize, yeah, I can finally trust someone there's someone I finally realize I respect and trust and love enough to let my guard down fully.
Mhm.
And I will admit, when she's like this, when she's in her superhero persona, she's kind of violent and stuff. She's got issues, but over her course, she learns to become more kinder and nicer and more empathetic towards others and stuff.
Yeah, I can't imagine her not having issues after that whole thing. So yeah.
Yeah. I would have to read you her bio one point, Dalton. I think I really like it
Mhm.
in terms of character. I mean, not like the dark, creepy, edgy stuff I put into it.
You usually handle it better than simply being edgy though. Like you're not doing this for show or because you're dark and depressing. You're doing this because it's moving for the character. So
Hmm. Okay, so to our final article, no, though not our last topic.
mhm.
This is a Mary Sue article. I know, folks. I know, but
Well, it's International Women's Day. We couldn't leave the Mary Sue alone on International Women's Day. What
I
what
didn't
are
even.
we, monsters?
Yeah, I will be completely honest. I didn't even know it was International Women's Day until like an hour before we started.
Okay, so you basically treat International Women's Day the way most people treat International Men's Day.
That it doesn't exist.
Basically, a lot of people so much don't know that International Men's Day exists that people will literally ask, why is there no International Men's Day? And a bunch of comedian assholes will occasionally tease these people by pointing out that November the 19th is International Men's Day. Unfortunately, these same people also don't do anything on International Men's Day to celebrate International Men's Day, except sometimes feminists will say things like being grateful for men who aren't toxic on International Men's Day, or being grateful for male feminist allies on International Men's Day.
Right. So for the Mary Sue, we have How Much Does Accuracy Matter in Adaptation by Princess Weeks. This was published March 4th, 2020, so 4 days ago. And obviously we have a picture of the Percy Jackson, like the first Percy Jackson movie.
I'm actually interested to see what she's going to think about this, because I can't imagine her sticking feminism into the middle of this. But
Yeah.
I've said things like that before, and
Well, I
we
feel
all
like, just in case, I'm going to go get a drink first before we start. So I'll be right back. And no, it's not going to be root beer. I ran out of that hours ago.
It's probably going to be Mountain Dew then.
I have no Mountain Dew.
Oh, you poor dear.
Yep.
Do 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 do.
I am back with milk.
Huzzah!
Yeah, I don't really drink a lot of milk, so this is a special occasion.
I drink a lot of milk. In fact, I just drank probably about a half a gallon today.
That's a lot. Are you hoping to get strong bones?
No, it doesn't work for that. Or alternatively, I just have bones that are naturally so weak that doesn't really make a difference either way. But yeah, generally I go through about 4 gallons of milk in a week.
I think my family makes it last a month. Jesus.
A whole gallon in a month? What the what?
Like I said, I don't drink a lot of milk.
Well, I haven't drank soda since I was 15, so it's either that or water or possibly Gatorade. We don't have a lot of Gatorade usually, so
Mm-hmm.
no.
Okay, so moving back to this, watching the Artemis Fowl trailer left me feeling a way I haven't felt in a while. Right. If people didn't know, Artemis Fowl was once a book series. I tried reading like a book in the middle of the series. Total mistake that was.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard it's quite good though.
I read one or two a long time ago. I liked it. It just never it didn't click with me quite as well as something like the Dresden Files. I don't apart from comics and movies, consume a lot of I don't consume a lot of novels. Like
Weirdly enough, I actually tried to read more novels as a kid because originally, like any kid, I never liked reading.
mm-hmm,
Like we would have this thing called a reading slip that we'd have to sign when I was in like elementary school.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would just have my family. I would just have my family sign it. Say I did it.
When I was really young and this was one of the areas where my disability kind of came in handy because I had so many problems with my vision and shit. Um, I would just convince people to read to me. So I still consumed a lot of books. I just consumed it by essentially having people read to me
Mhm.
because I was a manipulative little bastard as a kid,
Yeah.
and I am still kind of a manipulative bastard.
I think what got me into reading was reading, and I don't know if you know this series, Dalton, an Animorphs book.
Vaguely familiar.
There was a TV show on Nick, but it didn't go.
It didn't last very long. I don't even like. I think I might have seen a commercial for it once.
Yeah, I think there are like 52 books in total for the whole series.
Hmm. The thing that got me into reading myself was when my my aunt's boyfriend at the time was a physics and engineering major, and he lent me one of his physics books because I found it interesting, and for whatever reason, it clicked with me, and I read it from cover to cover. I was like 9 at the time. I was a weird kid, if
Mhm.
anyone has any doubts about that.
No one had any doubts about that. Right. Okay. So Artemis Fowl was a book series. It's and I just pulled it up. It's about a 12-year-old child prodigy
And then
and
it was very quiet.
huh? No, did you say something, Don? Hello? I think Don has finally left the building.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your work sure help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name. And
Dylan,
they're
you okay?
always glad you came. No, Brainstormer, I cannot hear you at all. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
I had assumed you laughed. That was why I was singing. Because I always sing to occupy the dead air. Yeah, no. Try dropping out and coming back in. Apologies for the technical difficulties, folks. I'm assuming I'm not the only one who can't hear him, so
hello.
okay, he's back in now, but I still can't hear anything.
God damn it.
And also, from my end, it looks like your icon went missing. Maybe this is something on my end. Hang on, I'll disconnect and come back in, and we'll see if that helps.
Well, this is embarrassing, folks. Sorry. I'm not gonna sing. I don't do that. Hello.
Okay,
Okay.
we have audio back, although your icon is still missing on my end.
I think that might be your end, man.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you entirely. It's just I couldn't hear you, so I assumed you left the room for reasons.
No, I was here. I was trying to tell her. I thought, whatever. Okay, so let me pull up
The
the
thing again.
the article again, yeah, because I was gonna exit out real quick.
Last time I heard what you were saying, you were talking about Animorphs.
That's where I lost you.
I think so.
I was gonna read the summary of Artemis Fowl because I was done with that. Like that was like 5 minutes after.
Yeah, no, that's where you lost me.
Wow. Okay. So the Artemis Fowl series is Artemis Fowl is a 12-year-old protagonist, a child prodigy, and a cold criminal mastermind who, with the help of his bodyguard Butler, subdues and kidnaps for ransom a fairy, Captain Holly Short of the Lower Elements Police. Oh wait, no, that was the first book.
If this series was in any way accurate, I'm amazed Artemis made it out alive. Like, don't be fooled by the Disneyfication, kids. Fairies are not to be fucked with.
Well, it says he's a criminal mastermind, and he caught a fairy.
Yeah, but there's a difference between criminal mastermind and, as Professor McGonagall from Harry Potter would put it, sheer dumb luck.
All right. So I have the full synopsis here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Artemis Fowl II is a 12-year-old prodigy who has dedicated his life to criminal activities. He leads the foul criminal empire, which has existed in his family for generations. After significant research, Artemis believes that he's confirmed the existence of fairies. He identifies an alcoholic sprite. Actually, there is a lot here. Holy shit. So yeah, he is a villain, if anything. Like, he is the protagonist, but he's a villain.
Or at the very least, an anti-hero.
He leads a criminal empire. Do you really think he's an anti-hero?
Well, I mean, it can be done. Like, the best example I can think of it, like, anti-heroic criminal mastermind or like criminal empire leader would be John Marcone from the Dresden Files, who basically is a criminal mastermind, basically, so no one else can make crime any worse in the city, because he knows that he plays by rules, but he also knows that if he ever relinquished power over the criminal empire of Chicago, whoever replaced him would be infinitely worse. So, yeah, it can be done.
Yeah, so the Artemis Fowl movie was made by the guy who made the first Thor movie. I can't remember his name.
Kenneth Branagh.
Kenneth Branagh. Badass name.
Yeah, he's more famous for doing various Shakespeare adaptations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
he also did the live action remake of Cinderella.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, there were 2 trailers that came out. The teaser trailer, which I think was actually really good, mostly based on the music. I saw the trailer for the first official trailer. Maybe after this we can do a quick watch of it and
Yeah, the second trailer actually looks worse than the first one.
Well, I think with the first one, which is a teaser trailer, and I do think it actually does live up to the teaser part.
Mm-hmm.
It has this air of mystery around it, and I don't know.
Yeah,
Again,
it actually does seem to have a similar tone to the books, from what little I remember of them.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I read the books. I think it was like my 5th grade year or something.
God dang, but that was a long time ago. Now I feel old.
You should. You are old.
I'm only 24. You young whippersnapper.
Okay,
The fact that I have a soul of a 75-year-old professor is completely irrelevant.
Yeah. All right. So what's she saying? Watching the Artemis Fowl trailer left me feeling a way I haven't felt in a while. The older I get, the less evangelical I am about the accuracy and how much film adaptations are like their source material.
I think you may just be demoralized there, Princess. You should at the very least care about the accuracy of the movie. Like, this is the thing I've never understood about people who change shit just for the sake of changing shit. In book adaptations, the whole reason you're making the movie is because the IP is popular. One would assume that the reason why the IP is popular has something to do with what the IP actually is. So why on earth aren't you gonna even bother to translate what the IP actually is to the screen?
Yeah. And we have talked about this many times before, and I've said it before myself. Um, I don't know. Should I say it now, or should we wait until we get further into the article?
Well, you can say it now. We can always bring it back in some way once it comes up later in
Yeah,
the
yeah. So our biggest thing with quote unquote accuracy or
changes.
changes or the respect to the source. Well, obviously, you gotta be respectful to the source material, but you're willing. I think if you're going to do a movie adaptation of something, you have to have someone in charge who is not who respects the source material enough to keep the core ideal and aspects of it, but is also not afraid to change things that need to be changed for the for the story being told.
Yeah. And my issue has always been, if you're going to change shit, the result of that change better either be equal to the original source material or, and this is a very big or, better. If you can't either make an equivalent change, like an equivalent quality of narrative with the change, or in some way improve on the narrative with the change, then you should not be making that change. Some changes have to be made for the sake of translating it format-wise, sure. But if you're just changing shit to willfully change shit, then you don't respect the IP. If you don't respect the IP, then you shouldn't be anywhere near the IP. Because, as we just went over there in the last logical exercise, the reason you're making the movie is because of the popularity of the IP. The popularity of the IP is derived from something about that IP. So if you're just going to change that, then it's not surprising that the result will be shit. If you remove any quality in a given thing, then the qualityless version that you come up with is going to bomb hard.
Right. I'm sorry, Don. Do you mind?
Go ahead.
Yeah. It's not whether or not this. Okay. In terms of movies, it doesn't matter if this is not a one-to-one copy of the original source material. It's more of, does it have the heart, the soul of the source material?
Does it have the defining qualities of the IP in question? Is it still recognizable as the IP that it was created from by some mechanism other than name? Because that is something that happens a lot. The kind of in name only adaptations.
Right. Case in point, I'll give like 3 cases. First off, a more recent one, Birds of Prey, or Harley Quinn, Birds of Prey, or whatever it's being called now.
Yeah.
The Mortal Kombat original movie, like the one from the 90s.
Oh,
like,
God.
I do think the sequel did try to be more akin.
You mean Legend of Chun-Li?
No, that's Street Fighter.
Oh, crap.
You call yourself a nerd. And the worst of the bunch when it comes to, and this is mainly a thing with video game movies, unfortunately, is the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Oh, good.
It had
ghosts.
it had to be brought up. You gotta. You have to bring this kind of, because obviously we mentioned it with Matt Reeves, right, in terms of the Batman movie.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes with like any movie based on another IP.
Yeah.
Is you gotta bring someone in that knows the source material, is a fan of the source material, but is also willing to go further with it, you know?
A person who both knows about the source material and, most importantly, cares about that source material, or cares enough about the source material to become knowledgeable about that source material. Because it doesn't mean you have to be an expert on the source material on day one, because research is a thing that you can do to even out the score there. But you've got to be willing to see what makes that source material worthwhile and make it worth enough to do research on.
Mm-hmm. A lot
And
of
it
things.
helps to have some kind of background in the source material, because if you know the source material, you know what the fan base likes because you are part of that fan base, and can make decent enough creative choices of how to combine various different aspects of that source material.
Again, like, I'm not trying to do this for my own ego. I'm just saying, like, there's examples. If you check out my other channel, you know, Brainstormer Pop Culture, I've done videos where I basically just write my own ideas on how, like, these like adapted movies can be.
Mm-hmm.
And most of them I don't really know a lot about these IPs, so I do obviously do research about them. I mean, I do kind of bare minimum research, but I still do research.
But it's really hilarious how few people are actually even willing to do bare minimum research, or what you or I would consider the bare minimum.
That
Shush,
scared the shit out of me.
shush, cat. You're okay.
Yeah, but we're not even past the first paragraph yet. Oh boy. Bless you.
Thank you.
Yep. Reverence to the material doesn't mean a good film, and sometimes things work better when your mind can imagine the horror while reading than actually putting demonically possessed hedges in a film. Okay, that's true. Sometimes the mind.
It's a reference to The Shining, but my argument would be, if you can't make that scary, you're not doing it right. It's not a question of whether that was a stupid idea or whether it shouldn't be adapted. The question is, do you have the resources to adapt it right, and do you have the creativity to adapt it? Because the main problem with The Shining hedges is that Stanley Kubrick had no fucking idea what he was doing, because Stanley Kubrick was a little bit too high on his own ego, which is why the movie Shining has very little, if anything, to do with the book The Shining. Dr. Sleep fared a lot better, and incidentally, that movie is awesome. I really wish that movie had made more money.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, when I look at Artemis Fowl, all I can see is the utter lack of understanding as to why Artemis Fowl worked in the first place and was successful.
Yeah, no arguments here. There is a lot missing in the Artemis Fowl trailer, especially the second one.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that the first one actually had some kind of atmosphere to it that was at least adjacent to Artemis Fowl, but the new one, it almost seems like the reason why they delayed it for as long as they did was because Kenneth Branagh actually wanted to make an Artemis Fowl movie, and Disney was like, "What are you doing? We can't make a movie starring a villain where the villain is actually villainous. Make it more kid friendly." But
Now it's Disney, so
yeah,
it's unexpected. Granted, the villains are always the most fun in Disney movies, mostly.
but have you noticed there are actually fewer villains in Disney movies as we go along? Like, and the villains we do get are less and less like stereotypically threatening.
I think the real true villain, like that we got last one we got from Disney was Dr. Facilier from Princess and the Frog.
Yes. Which, incidentally, speaking of movies that really, really, really should have done better, that movie.
Oh yeah, no, that was a good movie. I remember that movie. I saw it on Disney Channel.
They actually do a decent job voodoo wise in that movie.
Also, there's also another version of Voodoo, but it's not like a dark version like Voodoo. It's what's it called?
Voodoo isn't dark. There are dark and light versions within voodoo.
Right. I'm sorry. I knew that. I remember hearing about that, but that's not bad.
Yeah. The thing is, Facilier is what's referred to as a Bokor, which is basically a voodoo sorcerer, and Mama Odi is what's referred to as a Hungan, which is basically a divine voodoo priest. Although I think Hungan is the male equivalent. I'm not sure what the female translation of Hungan would be. Off the top of my head. Although, speaking of accuracies of Princess and the Frog that impressed me, they based Facilier's design on the voodoo god of the dead, who is Baron Samedi, or one of the gods of the dead. Basically, the Baron has 3 different identities based on what mood he's in at the time. Baron Samedi is like the dark god of the dead. There's also Baron Lacroix, which is sort of the semi-benevolent one, and Baron Sametier, which is, or no, Baron Lacroix is like the somber judging one, and Baron Sametier is the nice partying voodoo god of death.
Mm-hmm. I got friends on the other side. God, that song's awesome.
That song kicks so much ass. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Plus, it's Keith David voicing that character, so
Who is absolutely epic at doing that voice. What, cat? You're being very noisy.
when I had cats, I would.
Now you're just going to look at me as though I've said something completely foreign to you. Now?
Believe it or not, when I was a kid, I would have cat. I did have cats, and for some reason, I would cradle them.
Aww.
I mean, most of them they tried to get out of my arms, which is fair. They like to run around.
Odd for a cat. Isis doesn't like being picked up. Charlie, though, is a complete baby. If you start to cradle him, he'll just fall asleep in your arms. Cute.
I mean, we would usually let our cats outside too, let them walk around the neighborhood.
Isis is an absolute mouser. She once came in with a star-nosed mole carcass.
Yeah. There's only one time we've ever had a cat not come back. He was a kitten. Well, not kitten, but he was like a few years old, but he was like our kitten.
Yeah.
One day you go to church, doesn't come back.
A few times our cats got hit in the road because there used to be this massive cornfield next to our house that our neighbor owned, and every spring or or rather every harvest season, they would cut down the cornfield, and a bunch of mice would come scampering out of it because they didn't want to get hacked to pieces by the corn husking thing that I don't even know if it has a proper name. And being cats, our cats would see these mice, and a lot of them would follow them, and sometimes it would end up following them into the road.
Mm.
Yeah. I lost 2 cats that way.
That is sad.
Isis is smart enough to avoid that, though, for the most part. Although I try to keep her inside whenever I find they're doing that. Although we don't, for whatever reason, a couple years ago, they just decided not to replant the cornfield. So now we just have a sort of empty cornfield where once there was a cornfield next to my
So
house.
a field.
Yes,
Okay.
a cornfield that has seen its last stalk of corn, apparently.
Mhm.
But it still looks as though you could plant things in it. It's not like a grass field. It's just a blank field.
Mm. So back to the article because we.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sidebar.
All right. I examined this in depth. Oh yeah, I forget that the Mary Sue has a YouTube channel. I wonder if that's I wonder if it's a video.
Sometimes we should do response videos to the Mary Sue videos, given that it has a YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. But the long and short of it is that they took a morally compromised criminal mastermind of a kid and turned him into a sweet-tempered young hero cut from a typical mold. Our anti-hero appears to be gone. And okay, now that does suck.
Yeah,
Because you don't get
I'm gonna say that thing that makes me wonder if I'm saying every time I say it, but I agree with an author from the Mary Sue.
Yeah, Princess Weeks is, I think,
The most, or one of the more sane of the writers for the Mary Sue.
mhm.
Though, to be honest, I don't know who wrote the hit piece on the Honey Badgers when the Honey Badgers got kicked out of Calgary Expo. I honestly would want to know who wrote that, just so that I can file it away for anger fueling reasons whenever we do it. I'm honestly almost betting that it was Rachel Leishman, just because she seems to be the most odious of the Mary Sue writers. But I don't want to impugn that on Rachel unless we can actually prove that it was Rachel.
Mhm.
And I don't even know if that article still exists on the Mary Sue or if they took it down because they got sued over it.
Okay. So back to this.
Yes.
The Percy Jackson and Olympians films come to mind when I think of adaptations that completely stripped everything interesting about the books. Again, honestly, I have no issue saying it. I agree because I actually read the whole Percy Jackson series when I was growing up. I got like a box set for like a present. I think it was my birthday or something.
Ah.
I lost those books, but I read the whole series.
Ah. Funny story about those books. The first guy that I had a major crush on, that was his favorite series of books. And I didn't know that at the time, but when I was writing my Wizard and Demigod series, I kind of based the demigod character on him. And
Yeah,
then of course,
you talked about this before.
yeah. When I found out that was his favorite series of books, I nearly died laughing internally. I didn't laugh out loud because I didn't want him to think I was nuts any more than he already probably did. But yeah, odd coincidences related to that series.
Yeah, it's a pretty good series, all in all.
I've never read it. Mostly because I didn't want to accidentally take things from it. when I was writing my Wizard and Demigod series, and I don't want.
There is a video out there that talks about the Percy Jackson series. Well, for one thing, the title of that video is Percy Jackson is the perfect YA series, and it is.
I will have to take your word for it.
I don't know, it's just got a lot of interest in terms of it does obviously have a lot of parallels between basic like Greek mythology and stuff.
Well, yeah. Although, don't they introduce the other gods as well at some point?
Yes, they do. I think I don't know. I don't know if they're still on the Norse gods or they're moved on to something else.
They moved on to the Egyptian gods at some point because I remember seeing the ad for
Yeah.
that book and
So that it's really interesting that they do that.
in a copy of my old school Scholastic magazine, which God that takes me back.
I bet it does, old man. Anyway, where was it? Okay, what I love about the Percy Jackson series is that it's filled with a bunch of flawed kids who are all trying to do their best in a really chaotic environment. Plus, the mythology is actually solid. Yeah.
From what I've seen of it, they get the mythology mostly right. Obviously, there's some creative license taken, but
Do you have any problem with that? I am curious because you always seem very strict when it comes to portraying mythology.
there's some issues I had, but like I said, I never actually sat down and read the series, so I'd have to actually go through and read them all to get a full idea going. Based on the movies, there are some issues I had, but from what I can tell of the movies, the Percy Jackson fans hated them. So
I thought, I don't know, I liked the first one. The second one was kind of all over the
was
place.
garbage.
Not garbage, just again all over the place.
Yeah, I ended up kind of liking the first one, but the sequel was weird and not in a good way.
Yeah. Okay. What was that? All right. It is also a middle grade series that does mature a bit with the audience, but isn't the teen heartthrob series it was turned into by the Chris Columbus series. Percy, who was a normal, slightly pudgy 12-year-old child, was turned into Logan Lerman.
So, like, this is one of the issues I had with the Percy Jackson series. Despite being literally half god, none of the characters are hot, basically.
Right. I can understand casting somewhat older actors because most of the time child actors aren't that great.
Yeah, usually with these kind of movies, they get aged up a little bit, but it doesn't really affect.
Yeah, I got no problem with that. That's fine. Though I could say maybe
it's not like a Logan Lerman was like movie star looking in those movies. He looked very, very average in those movies. The only thing that they changed was he wasn't really very pudgy. He was just more skinny.
Right. Oh, Annabeth got movie Hermione so hard that I'm sure the reason they made her brunette was to play up that comparison. And yeah, because in the movie, in the books, Annabeth is blonde.
Ah, well, that's annoying. But to be fair to the character, she is the offspring of Athena, who, aside from being the goddess of war, is also the goddess of wisdom. So if they were gonna pick a Hermione character, it makes sense for it to be her. Also,
Well, she is a badass character.
yeah. So I'm not sure what your problem is with this one. I sympathize with the sentiment overall, but I didn't actually see much wrong with what they did with Hermione in the movies versus the books.
I don't. Well, I don't. I never read the books, nor really cared to, so I'm not really sure what's different with Hermione.
Basically, some of the stuff they had her do in the movies was stuff Ron did, but I don't think it really bothers either character, because Ron was still kind of a screw up in the books, and Hermione was still hyper competent and intellectual, and kind of a spaz. So apart the only thing that I think they did wrong with Hermione in the movies, they made her too hot. But that was mostly because Emma Watson got hot, and for whatever reason, they would rather her be hot. They would rather Hermione be hot and bitchy than flawed and interesting and level-headed. That does genuinely bother me about what they did to her in the movies versus the books.
Again, I don't really care about Harry Potter, so I'm not really sailing that boat.
I don't really care so much. It's more just like, because of the time I grew up in, it was basically the franchise of my generation, and when I was very, very young, I was vaguely interested in it. So because I'm a nerd and I have to consume all of the available information on anything I'm interested in, I have read all the books, I've seen all the movies, and I even own several of like the side books and the spin-offs.
I don't think I have a film of my generation.
No, by the time your generation was coming of age, your franchise would have been Twilight. In which case,
Fuck off.
yeah, I am so sorry. I am so sorry for your generation. We at least had Potter. You had Twilight. Oh god.
Okay, most egregiously, they got the mythology wrong. Huh.
You want to elaborate on that?
Well, no,
In
it's
a
just
sense?
yeah, no, she is. There were so many plot holes that came from the adaptation that it has its own TV tropes page. But I hate that it leans into a lot of modern mistakes made about the Greek gods. Zeus is turned into a good guy, and Hades is more of a bad guy, none of which exist in the books.
Well, okay. Hades being a bad guy, I agree with you. Hades was more of a sympathetic. Well, is more. Okay. Because I am who I am, and I believe in basically every pantheon of gods, from what I know of Hades, even though I've never met the guy, not that I would be opposed to necessarily, I just haven't, because I've not been interested in evocation and summoning long enough to actually meet these kind of entities yet. He kind of got screwed, because in the original mythology, Hades was the older brother. And basically, Kronos uh, heard a prophecy that one of his sons would destroy him. So his solution to this was, I'm going to eat my children. But because the Olympians are immortal, they survived being eaten. And Zeus's mother, whose name I forget, hid Zeus away in a cave until he could come of age, rather than let him be eaten. And so Zeus shows up when he comes of age, cuts his father open, releases his siblings, and essentially Zeus and his two eldest brothers, Poseidon and Hades, draw lots to see who will control what aspect of the universe. And unfortunately, Hades gets the shortest of the lots, which basically means he gets screwed and forced to govern the underworld, despite the fact that he's the oldest. So he should, by rights, get the highest seat of the gods, which is Olympus. But because fate is a bitch, or three of them in the case of Greek mythology, lol, Hades gets the underworld despite being the oldest, and Zeus, despite being the youngest, gets to rule over everything. And Poseidon presumably was relatively happy with just kind of being in the middle and ruling all the oceans.
Yeah.
Though he did go on to rape Medusa in Athena's temple, so not exactly a good guy.
I just realized something from like the Percy Jackson, like the first movie of Percy Jackson. Sean Bean.
Dicks.
Sean Bean plays Zeus in the first movie.
Yeah.
And he lives.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, like Sean Bean, who is known as the guy who gets killed in any like movie or TV show he's working in.
Yeah.
And that's how it's good. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones.
Yeah, he was is it Boromir?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. The famous "one does not simply walk into Mordor" meme creating person.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
because one does not simply forget that meme.
Yeah, and people have said that if Sean Bean doesn't die in like the things he works in, like his characters, then the thing itself doesn't turn out to be great.
And Zeus lived because he's Zeus, and the Greek gods, unlike the Norse ones, don't really have an end of the world scenario.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, they in the books there's a whole thing with like the Titans coming back and stuff, but that's later on in the series.
They sort of tried that in Sea of Monsters by turning Kronos into a monster, which was stupid.
Yeah, the books have a full on war for like 2 books, like the last 2 books of the series.
That does sound much more interesting than what we got in the movies.
Plus, like the Half-Bloods have to fight legions of things, while the gods are actually fighting the Titans off. And the legions are going into New York because that's where they relocated Mount Olympus.
Right.
And the Half-Bloods are trying to protect it, and the humans who are not supposed to know of this world are all put to sleep. So there are people sleeping on the streets and stuff. So the Half-Bloods also have to protect the regular people while the war's being waged.
They did that in Gargoyles too. There's a scene in Gargoyles season 2 where the main cast has to fight the fairy king Oberon, and the Gargoyles are all concerned over hurting people. So Oberon essentially concedes to their point and is like, "Fine, I will ensure that no people get hurt," and he puts all of New York to sleep.
Yeah, so I'm just like, it's an interesting idea, and I would have loved to see it put to film. And goddamn, we went so far off.
Tangent.
Yeah. Okay. Where were we? Okay. It's like they wanted to make a young Clash of the Titans movie, but with a different intellectual property that could possibly draw kids in. Except for the fact that it is nothing like the source material, so much so that it relies on a bunch of lazy storytelling devices.
Yeah, yeah, that tends to happen with people who don't give a shit about the source material.
Mm-hmm. They made Persephone, as played by Rosario Dawson, a boring character. Unacceptable.
I wrote. I don't even need to know about the version of her from the book to tell you that that's bullshit.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, in the books, I think she's not like a mainstay character, but a very interesting character that pops in every now and then.
Hmm.
It's been a long time since I've read those books, like a little over 10 years,
Mm.
but they are good. I'm not going to deny that. They're good. I mean, sure, they're.
Though, in fairness to the magicians, I think the best version of Persephone in fictional media is in the magicians.
Actually, funny enough, I went to Barnes and Noble a couple weeks ago,
Hmm.
saw the Magicians, like, box set.
Ooh.
There was also another book right next to it, Sherlock Holmes versus Cthulhu.
Yes. Yes. Which they're turning into a comic written by Neil Gaiman, by the way.
Oh,
It's gonna be called Study in Green.
I get that reference. Okay, so I'm sorry. Do we have anything else to say, or shall we?
We shall continue.
Okay. We crack my neck here. Okay. I feel like there is this sense that studios don't think audience can handle normal-looking kids outside of a Disney Channel original show. With Harry Potter, despite a lot of the changes as the series went on, you did get the sense that they understood the thing about these characters which made them engaging. Except Hermione, that was some pink Power Ranger shenanigans, but even that wasn't too bad early on.
Okay. Again, maybe I'm biased because Hermione was my very first crush on any fictional character. And it was the movie version before it was the book version. But what the fuck was wrong with film Hermione? Someone want to explain that to me?
Maybe it was
Yes,
just because
they
she's
gave
hot.
some of the shit that Hermione did to Ron. But until book 4, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Hermione. After book 4, she's a complete bitch, but that's neither here nor there. Or after movie based on book 4. God damn it, Goblet of Fire fucked so many things up. The movie, not the book. The book is actually my favorite of the series, but Goblet of Fire, the movie, is shit. That's neither here nor there, though. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with film Hermione other than the fact that she basically matures backwards. She's far wiser as her 11-year-old self in the Sorcerer or Philosopher's Stone than she is in book 4, where she basically throws a shit fit over Ron apparently standing near another girl. Because apparently the writers thought hormones make girls completely brain dead, not just hormonal.
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Okay, just to finish off the rant, since you gave me the room. Dear Harry Potter movie writers, your characters should not be more stupid as teenagers than they are as 11-year-old children. I shouldn't have to explain this basic writing principle to you, but yeah, she's smart enough in Sorcerer Stroke Philosopher's Stone to give Harry the awesome advice she gives him at the end of the movie. But by Goblet of Fire, she's whining over essentially spilled milk. Learn to mature your characters properly. End rant.
Okay. Though I will have to say, this relates to Power Rangers. Some Pink Rangers were actually pretty badass. I'm not really sure.
Yes, and I don't know what the Pink Rangers from Power Rangers have to do with Hermione's character in either the books or the movie.
I think I don't know. A part of me thinks they weren't as useful or engaging as characters or something like that. That could just be me.
Well, no, because the thing with Hermione is, if anything, they made her too useful by giving a bunch of shit that Ron did to her in the movies. So I honestly don't know what they could. You could make the argument that film Hermione was kind of a Mary Sue, but it was convincing. Like there was never a point where it didn't seem like she should know the shit she knew. So like I I've heard people's arguments for this, but they've never made sense to me, and she's not really making one, so I don't know what she specifically is getting at. You're making me have to defend Harry Potter, Princess. This makes me annoyed. The one franchise I should never be asked to defend, and you're making me defend it.
Right. Okay. Moving on. The plot thankfully remained primarily the same, and there was some sense that the things in the book were there for a reason. With Artemis Fowl, I see another Percy Jackson. This failure to understand that kids like seeing weird, dark kids doing things, and that when a book series managed to be successful and interesting for 5+ books, maybe there is something in the story worth saving. I mean, she's not wrong.
Yeah, aside from making me defend Harry Potter just now, I'm totally in agreement with you here, Princess.
Yeah,
And that still feels kind of dirty in my mouth to say that I agree with a Mary Sue writer, even though it is Princess Weeks that I agree with more often than most of the other writers in the Mary Sue, but still.
Yeah. All right. I totally
it
understand.
feels icky to be agreeing with someone who writes the Mary Sue on anything.
Mm-hmm.
But when she's right, she's right.
I totally understand changing events and settings in order to make something more cinematic. 1995's A Little Princess is very loose when it comes to a lot of aspects of the story, but it believes in the core of the story. It believes in the value of the characters, their beauties, their charm, their tempers, etc. And with the E, has talented young actors who also happen to look like normal kids. They are not the
Okay.
glamorous.
Okay, I am going to ding her a little bit here because the characters from the Percy Jackson movies look perfectly normal, my darling. I don't know where you get the idea that they don't look normal.
I mean, they don't look like average people, in my opinion.
They're on like the high side of average, sure, but like
I mean,
relative
granted,
to
obviously that can be explained that they're half gods. So,
well, there's that, and there's also the fact that compare how the kids from Percy Jackson look versus the any other actor working in Hollywood today. The kids from Percy Jackson look positively homely. In fact, that's one of my biggest issues with Percy Jackson as a franchise, the fact that their half divine nature in Percy's case as a descendant of one of the big three doesn't in any way make him even remotely, more attractive than the average person. There's something fundamentally wrong with that. Are you telling me that divinity is a recessive trait genetically? Is that what I'm supposed to buy? Because last I checked, immortal divinity trumps mortality every time.
Okay. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. They are not the glamorous, made-up teens of Riverdale, and that is also valuable. Okay, again, basically what everything Dalton said, but I will also add Riverdale is bad on a lot of different levels.
Yeah, and Riverdale, again, the teens in that show aren't particularly pretty either. Like, if anything, I wish somebody would cast somebody who could qualify as eye candy for me, just because it annoys
You
me
really
that
have a high standard of beauty, dude.
yeah, I do. But still, this is Hollywood anyway, God damn it. Why are we actively avoiding attractive people now in Hollywood of all places?
Because Hollywood are full of a bunch of what's the word?
Self-deconstructing, moralizing twats. Yeah.
That and also idiots. I guess is also another word.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Middle grade literature is made up of stories that have nuanced characters in. Considering the School for Good and Evil by Soman Shinani has been up for adaptation for ages. I am worried that if it does get adapted, it will happen in a way that completely erodes the darkness that makes the book so fun to read.
So lobby for Tim Burton to handle it, or Guillermo del Toro. You want darkness in a fantasy setting, you get Tim Burton and Guillermo del Toro on that shit, and it's no longer a problem.
Mm-hmm. It's not the changes; it is the sanitation of compelling narratives and characters I find so upsetting. Again, I agree to an extent.
I would add a few modifiers to this one because it very much is the changes. In the sense that the changes aren't making the narrative equal to or better than its source material, and that is my standard for changes. If you're going to change something, it needs to be equal to the original or better.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, I just settle for if something is equally as good as the source material. But
Yep.
every so often, there's actual improvements that can be made. And it's fucking hard to make them because usually if an IP is worth adapting in the first place, it's because people love it, and people love it for reasons. But it can happen.
Yeah. And that was the end of the article. Yep.
I feel her pain mostly.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean I got none really pull up, so I mean okay, so our final thing of discussion is Castlevania Season 3, like a review of it. So if you haven't seen it, I would suggest you leave now.
Unless you don't care about spoilers, in which case you're fine.
So, a bit of context. I have seen Castlevania Season 1 and 2. I saw the first episode of Season 3. It didn't really grab me, so I didn't really watch the rest of it. Plus, I was busy with work and stuff. So this was...
I'd say give Season 3 another try, because I thought it was better than Season 2.
But yeah, so this is mostly going to be Dalton's portion. Like, I mean, honestly, you could probably make a video out of this for yourself, Dalton.
Well, or we could watch the Artemis Fowl trailers and kind of compare and contrast them if you want to. We can move the Castlevania review till next week when you've actually seen the thing, and then we can actually have a substantive discussion about it.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I mean, like, I got some days now. I got days off now, so I should be able to watch it. It's just like, yes. So the thing is, like, Dalton sprung it on to me on Friday when I was about to go into work.
Ah. Well,
And
that
the
was
thing
the
is,
day that.
I didn't even know Castlevania was out yet. I thought it was coming out like later this month, like around the 20s.
No, like didn't we do the reaction to the
We
trailer?
did.
March
We did.
5th?
We did do the reaction to the trailer, but I completely forgot about. I thought again. I knew it was in March, but I thought it was. Well, later.
I forgot the day of it coming back that it was coming back that day. I actually just logged into Netflix and it was like, oh, that's right. Today was the day that Castlevania was updating, and then I was like, I should text Brainstormer so that we can plan to do a review of this.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'd rather it be an actual discussion and us be able to actually talk about, in my opinion, how awesome Castlevania Season 3 is. So if we have to wait a week so Brainstormer can catch up, and so I can watch it again and actually solidify my opinions, so be it.
Mm-hmm. So Chrononaut is here with us. Spoilers. No. Next, you would tell me Doctor Strange is building Ilvermorny in New Orleans. I don't know what that is.
Ilvermorny is like the American Hogwarts in the Harry Potter universe.
Oh, is it from those Fantastic Beasts?
Yes, which honestly are better than the movies based on Fantastic Beasts are better than the movies based on Harry Potter were.
So wait, should we check out both trailers, or do you want to take the most recent one?
I think we should do both, just because I think it'll be interesting to compare and contrast them, because we both kind of agreed that there was more atmosphere to the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it'll be interesting to see kind of what went wrong, kind of.
I suppose.
Look, apparently yawns are contagious across several hundred miles.
Uh-huh.
And the internet.
Oh, the teaser trailer came out a year ago. 1 second.
Yeah, because they moved it back a year for apparently improvement reasons and visual effects reasons, but I don't actually think they successfully improved the thing. I think both the visual effects and the story looked better in the first one.
Yep. And again, I think the music was better in the teaser trailer.
Yep.
Oh, wait. Fuck. I forgot to press the share audio button.
Mm-hmm.
I always forget to press that damn button.
Yeah. Anyway. Dark Banana.
Ornamento. And okay, Dark Banana, I guess.
Our world has never been in more danger. Human greed is what drove us underground all those years ago. To escape from your...
Okay, this fairy is reminding me a lot of Cold's Tom Blue from Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, otherwise known as the gentleman with the thistledown hair, who I believe was played by, I forget his name. He was also Mr. Tea Time in the Discworld Hogfather adaptation, but I can't remember his name. But either way, it's effectively creepy. I don't necessarily know if I like this high tech shit juxtaposed with fairies thing.
Well, honestly, Dawn, you don't like anything that mixes science with magic.
It's very hard to do right. It can be done though.
I have yet to meet something that makes you say that.
Like I said, it can be done. It is very seldom done well. And sticking a fairy in between something that wouldn't be out of place in Blade Runner is not quite the right thing. I actually, you know what? If the technology was a little bit more steampunky, that would probably work better. Instead of so sleek and futuristic looking.
Well, wait, isn't the realm of fairies like time is like very different?
Yeah, time in fairy is basically kind of subjective in the sense that if you're doing something you enjoy, like if the fairies happen to be going to a dance, which they do often, then a few minutes can last a century. Or if they're doing something they don't like or they would prefer not to be doing, then a century can be accomplished in a few minutes, and so on and so forth. Which is why you hear stories about people going into fairies or people going into fairy for the sake of dancing or partying or playing music, and then coming out the next morning and it be 500 years later or some such. Because essentially the fairies don't have the conception that humans have of the limitations of like time or like they don't regard the same sorts of social norms that we do. Like there's this really great poem from W.B. Yeats called The Stolen Child, which basically talks about a fairy who steals, or a couple fairies who steal a child from two very happy parents because they think that they're abusing the child. Not because they're actually abusing the child, but because they simply can't provide the same sorts of luxuries and amenities the fairies can. So it's essentially a bunch of moral busybody fairies going, "Oh, you poor child! The best you can hope for in medieval Britain is like pastries and pie and porridge and things. Come with us, and we'll show you the glories of all of nature, more or less." And essentially, the fairies hate the idea that this child will ever experience the emotion of pain, so they're going to spare this child all pain by taking it into fairy and making sure it's happy for its entire existence. The line in the poem is literally, "Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy hand in hand, because the world's more full of weeping than you can understand." And I stress, this is when fairies are trying to be nice. When they're trying to be nice, they might still take your child away because they think you're a shit parent.
They are a weird bunch, those fairies.
Yeah, and once again, not to be fucked with.
Honestly, I would just like to sit down and have a conversation with one.
Oh god, the evocation would take hours, but someday I might actually be able to facilitate that.
I mean, wouldn't you want to have a conversation with one of them? Try to get like
Well, no,
some.
I am going to try to make pacts with a few of them once I get better at evocation and summoning.
Mm. So,
Yeah.
Dark Banana.
Dark banana, or anti-banana. I
Audacious apple.
was trying to allude to the fact that he's an anti-hero, but I couldn't quite figure out how.
Okay.
So either dark banana or anti-banana. Which do you think sounds better?
I'm fine with Dark Banana. I think Anti Banana is just too weird, even for us.
It feels like we should be talking about like antimatter or something.
Yep.
Okay, dark banana.
Dark Banana and Jinx. Right.
But I warn you, boy. You are not prepared for the truth behind what you seek.
Oh, it went a little over 20 seconds, but I was kind of enthralled, to be honest.
Yeah, this version is epic. I want to see this version of the movie. Again, I'm gonna posit my theory that Kenneth Branagh wanted to make an actual Artemis Fowl movie, and Disney was like, "No, you have to make it very morally unambiguous and make it nice and light."
You know, kids
And
aren't dumb, right?
and Kenneth Branagh probably stammered, "But Artemis Fowl," and Disney was like, "No,"
You
and he
know,
was like, oh, "Okay."
what's weird? Kids aren't stupid.
And as we've discussed many times before, oftentimes the things that kids like most are the things that treat them most like adults.
Mhm.
Because when you're a kid, the most annoying thing about being a kid is being a kid. Because no one respects you or takes you seriously, and no one ever listens to you when you have an idea about something, and so on and so forth. So,
Right. God, I remember Stan Lee saying something, but I can't remember what it was.
curse you, faulty memory! I don't know why I spontaneously became Dr. Doofenshmirtz there for a second.
Yeah, I'm not gonna focus on it. It'll come back to me, maybe. All right. Dark Banana.
Dark banana.
Now you will believe. Artemis Fowl.
I finally remembered the actor's name, the actor that I was thinking of that played the gentleman with the thistle down hair in Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell, and played Mr. Tea Time in the adaptation of Hogfather. Mark Warren was the name I couldn't think of. He's very good at doing like ominous voices and shit.
Looking it up.
Mark is spelled with a C, by the way, not a K.
Well, shit.
Curfew, arbitrarily different spellings of common names.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. Yeah. Okay, cool. Just all right, but yeah, no,
Wait, was he the who was the voice actor for the fairy in this this movie? Was it the same actor? It almost sounds like it might be the same actor.
I don't know. But yeah, no, this movie seems kind of very similar to how the I get again, like I only read one of the books out of order,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm not like a big fan of Artemis Fowl, but I can understand stuff. There's actually a YouTuber I watch who got real pissed. I haven't seen his video yet on the new Artemis Fowl trailer, but you know, I'm just like this. It's not. Yeah, this trailer it gets you excited. Like when I first saw it, I was very intrigued.
Yeah, because it speaks of something weird, dark, and kind of unique.
Yeah.
Even though I'm not sure I like the fairy's actual design. I like the performance, though. The performance is really interesting.
Yeah. All right, so give me a moment while I...
Load the next one.
Yep. I will go silent for a moment. Okay. I was talking, but I forgot my mic was turned off. Okay, so...
The second time we've had audio issues this evening. Although at least they weren't quite as unexplicable this time.
Mm-hmm. So we have the official trailer of Disney's Artemis Fowl.
I have a strange feeling.
Holy shit.
What?
Oh, the like to dislike ratio.
What did it get ratioed to shit?
Well, kinda. Keep in mind that the teaser trailer had a 74,000 to like a 500 or so dislike.
Mm-hmm.
Like dislike ratio. This has. Let me get to the actual page. This has a 9.6 thousand like to 13,000 dislike ratio.
God damn ratio to hell. I don't think we're the only ones that dislike this trailer.
But again, a trailer doesn't mean the final product.
No, but if there's possibilities for reshoots, Disney, you might want to avail yourself of them. Like, now. Now, do it now.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, so this is 2 minutes and 20 seconds long. So, shall we Dark Banana it? Or, yeah, I guess Dark Banana it.
Honestly, regular banana because they lightened it up so much.
All right. Banana.
Banana.
We want to know every
everything about the man I work for. The man? Oh no. This isn't about the father. This is about the son, Artemis Fowl.
Okay, so I will be honest. The first 20 seconds are good.
Yeah,
So
like
it kind of has the same atmosphere as the teaser trailer.
yeah, and the color scheme is a bit different, which is weird.
It's not as vibrant, you think?
Yeah, like the colors aren't as like deep as they were. It's kind of washed out almost.
Well, granted, that was okay. So the first scene was like in a prison, so I
Mhm.
can kind of understand that.
Well, yeah, kind of, but the actual like structure of the first the teaser was also in like a technological sterile place, but they still managed to have color. So
That's fair.
what gives? What why
I
did it
mean,
go from
look at the water too.
go ahead.
Well, look at the water is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of muted.
Yeah. It honestly seems as though every decision they made in the year that they spent fixing this was a bad decision. They
You know
should
what's
just
weird?
change it back.
Yeah, you know what's weird?
Hmm.
When we talk about movies and stuff, we talk about color.
Yeah.
That's got to be. I feel like that's got to be a thing you put on a shirt or something. It's
Yeah.
about the color.
Yeah. Color, goddamn you. Like,
Oh,
what?
out of context, it's about the color. Like if you put that on a shirt.
Oh no. Like Richard Spencer just all of a sudden started wearing that shirt. Oh god.
Right, so we're probably not going to put that on a shirt if we ever get merchandise, folks.
Especially because one of us is Latino and the other is gay and purple.
But you're also white.
Extremely pale white, yes.
Yeah. All right. Though I do like that they have Colin Farrell because he's a great actor.
Yeah, he he seems to be the really good actor that's stuck in like minor roles for some reason in every movie he's in.
Yeah, but he steals the show most of the time.
Yeah, which is why you wonder why the fuck don't they give him a major role ever?
He does get major roles just in those movies that are either too highbrow, well, are probably just too highbrow from most audiences, so they
Yeah,
never really make
artsy.
think. Seven Psychopaths.
That
In
movie was pretty good, I think.
I don't think it made the money though.
No, most of the movies that he leads in don't make the money. That might be why he gets stuck in memorable side character forever status.
Hopefully, he gets his true big break.
Probably won't be from this if they keep it the way it is
No,
now.
in the Batman.
Yeah, I
'Cause-
hope he does a really great job as the. Is he the Riddler or the Penguin?
He's the Penguin.
Okay. Yeah, I hope he does a really good job with that.
Yeah, I think he is. I just hope he gets more recognition for his work.
Yeah, at the very least, Mr.
Farrell.
Farrell, you will. I almost said Colin Farrell. Different Colin. Mr. Farrell, you look like you made a great choice in movie with the Batman, because that movie looks relatively on par with like Wonder Woman, Aquaman, or Joker. So
Shazam. Got Shazam.
yeah, and honestly, I think it looks a little bit better than Shazam. And
Okay.
honestly, a little bit better than Aquaman too, as well.
I'm not arguing there.
So yeah, it looks to be on par with like a Wonder Woman or a Joker. So
Mhm.
you're in good company there, Mr. Farrell.
All right, we got 2 more minutes of this.
But
You've grown strong, son. And smarter than I ever imagined.
And take me with you.
All I have now, Artie. There's just one very important thing I have to do.
Authorities launched a worldwide manhunt for the famous collector.
Again, I'm not as well versed in the books as I probably should be for this.
mhm.
I don't know if they're because he's supposed to technically be a villain. Artemis Fowl II, Jr.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was ever really about. No, it wasn't about his father. It was he kidnaps a fairy for ransom.
In the category of stupid motherfucking decisions, if this is in any way accurate, for 800 Alex.
Well, for one thing, he's got to have some serious brass balls on him.
To capture a high-ranking fairy, yeah, I would certainly.
Well, I
feel
think
so.
she's supposed to be a cop, like the fairy that he's captured.
A fairy cop. Still, that's got to be relatively high-ranking among the fairies. So yeah, Artemis, you might want to sleep with an iron, with a gun filled with iron bullets under your pillow there.
And again, he caught her. He's 12 years old in the books, and I assume in the movie.
Yeah.
12 years old, and also runs a criminal empire. So imagine what he'd be like when he's fully grown up.
Epic is the word.
I mean, terrifying. He'd probably be like super villain.
Mhm.
All right. But I can kind of start to see the changes and stuff.
Yeah, the color scheme is way lightened up.
Well, not lightened, muted.
Yeah, they seem to be framing him as more of a good guy, and his father is more of a good guy. And honestly, everything that CG looks worse than it did.
I don't think we've seen any CG, have we?
I'm gonna go ahead and assume the majority of the environments are CG.
Okay. I'd say wait until we actually see it.
Well, yeah, maybe. Okay.
Or- Yeah, but
He is suspected to have been behind some of the biggest robberies ever.
Hello? Your family has taken something of great value from us. Return it to me or I will destroy everything you love.
You weren't supposed to see this yet.
what the fuck is this music?
Why is this all of a sudden like a techno romp adventure kind of thing?
Jesus.
And what is with your family has taken something of great value from us? Like, as far as I understood, the main crime in the book was he captures a fairy. That was a stupid motherfucking decision, because of course it was. And he spends the book dealing with the repercussions and sort of politics of that, I think.
Again, he does it for ransom, so he's trying to get money out of it from fairies.
You're trying to get money from fairies.
Granted, I do think he's trying to get something of value from the fairies.
by threatening them and capturing one.
Well, for one thing, I'm pretty sure the fairies aren't the ones you. Obviously, these aren't the same type of fairies.
Well, probably not, but hopefully it has some semblance of similarity to the real deal. In which case, I'm gonna laugh harder. If these fairies act anything like their mythological or IRL counterparts are supposed to, I'm going to burst out laughing at the very idea of him trying to ransom money out of these entities. Because more likely you'll spend the rest of your life turned into a vole and left on the fields of England for no other reason than because the fairies wanted it that way. And that's assuming you're dealing with the Seelie or the Summer Fae essentially. If you're dealing with the Winter Fae or the Unseelie court, then you're going to spend the rest of your life fully conscious, impaled on spikes made of pure ice. Because Mab does not play around.
Yeah, no, this is all bad. I have no words for how bad this is now.
Yeah, it looks so cheap and unfinished. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like one of those really low budget films.
You guys delayed it. You guys delayed it for a year, and it looked better when it looked better in the teaser trailer. What the fuck did you do with it for a year? Did you intentionally make it look worse? What the fuck?
That's why Disney should never do adaptations.
Well, not never. They can sometimes manage it, but like.
Well, I mean, like adaptations like these type of books, because Disney is too scared to actually.
Yeah, the last time they actually did something like this somewhat right was Bridge to Terabithia, and I don't even necessarily like that movie, but it at least was handled with a certain level of seriousness and like emotional weight that it deserved.
I was thinking Treasure Planet. Granted, that's more of it's not an adaptation. It's more of
a reimagining, a massively reimagined version of Treasure Island.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is awesome and deserves way more respect than it gets.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, there's actually like a sequel that was planned out.
Yes, and we never got it because Disney was horribly mismanaging its IPs at the time.
Yep. We're gonna start it on those that one movie I showed you. You know, the one that never got made, the stop motion one.
The Shadow Maker.
Yep.
Yeah, that one also. And another one gone, another one gone, another one bites the dust.
All right, we got another minute 19 seconds.
Okay, but
Your father is in a complicated profession. For years, he has protected powerful secrets that have kept mankind safe from the dangers of another world. It's time to face your destiny.
Now look around, this is what they call greatness.
But we are not alone in this. Most of them.
Okay, stop making the fairies sound like aliens already. I'm sick of it. The dangers of another world. No, fairies are nature spirits. They're not from some other planet. They're from another plane of existence on the same planet that we occupy. And I don't suspect the Artemis Fowl books are stupid enough to change that. So Granted, I might be wrong. They might basically be aliens in the Artemis Fowl books. I don't fucking know. But either way, that's really fucking stupid. And if that's the one thing from the books you appear to be keeping, then you are also really fucking stupid. Assuming that it is accurate to the books, in which case the books were stupider than I give them credit for. But assuming the books are smart enough to not fuck up the simplest thing to not fuck up, you're being morons. And you're turning this into a sci-fi movie when it really should be a dark fantasy movie. Emphasis on dark. How is it we can get Dark Crystal Age of Resistance and this shit relatively like a few months from each other? Disney, take notes from Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. Dark Crystal Age of Resistance kicks your ass in every way here. That is how you do a dark fantasy for children.
That's just dark. Like, legitimately, it takes the dark in the dark fantasy.
Yeah. It's called the Dark Crystal for a reason, folks. And honestly, the movie is even darker in certain spots.
Shall we?
We shall, Banana.
Banana.
Just a talented giant dwarf.
And I'm Holly Short, your ally on the other side.
Holly Short is the fairy that was kidnapped. She and Artemis are like enemies, from what I remember, or like at least.
And you're turning this into like a buddy heist movie? Why again?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, Holly Short. Yeah, she is the fairy that is kidnapped by Artemis for ransom.
And it honestly looks as though they're turning her into a love interest here. Like I don't suspect she'll be a love interest from the get-go, but I suspect that by the end of the movie he'll lean over and kiss her, and then we'll fade to black with, you know, the stereotypical inspirational music.
Yeah, before I remember. Yeah, no, they're supposed to have like a kind of head-butting relationship, you know? Because, you know, he's a criminal mastermind, she's effectively a cop.
Yeah, and also his captive, which I'm sure doesn't help matters, especially given that she's a fairy, and again, on the list of monumentally stupid shit. That's close to the top.
Yep. Alright. Shall we?
Banana.
Banana.
It's real. All right. Save my father. Save the world.
Whole team ready, tell them we on deck.
Scared, Artemis?
Why is there rap music in an Artemis Fowl movie trailer? Like there's like rap or R&B music in here.
I honestly don't want to watch anymore, but I'm committed.
Yep. Banana.
An army is coming.
You think you can beat us?
We'll see.
Who do you think you are?
I'm the next criminal mastermind.
Now look around, this is what they
Oh my god.
Okay, the way he said that seemed almost like he was faking. And this is my other issue. It seems as though the movie is framing the media for being in the wrong for calling his father a bad guy, and it's going to be revealed that he was just misunderstood this whole time, or that he had some noble purpose for doing the thing he was doing.
Honestly, I don't care.
which just completely misses the point of what little I know of the franchise. That just misses the point entirely.
If you want, I can bring up the wiki again, read the whole damn thing.
No, it's getting too late, and we're both getting tired. We need to banana this.
Right, okay, so comic book recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
I read a few things. Well, a few issues of the same thing. Neon Future. Yep, Neon Future. I should probably read what it's about, as I've talked about it a few times. Because technically it's created by a musician.
Mm-hmm.
Not written or anything, but like the idea IP.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, here is the brief description of the overall series. Nearly 30 years from now, in response to a global economic crisis, the U.S. has enacted Article 10, commonly known as the Return. The lasting result of this law, which made advanced technology illegal, has been rapidly escalating tension between the augmented, who have chosen to integrate technology into their bodies, and the authentic, who have not. The mysterious leader of the resistance movement, Neon Future, strives to bring peace by showing the world a brighter future in harmony with technology. Now, if it was written by a lesser writer of a certain political ideology, or two of certain political ideologies, it would be skewed to one perspective.
Well, unfortunately, those types of people are more common than you would think, but this doesn't appear to be one of them. Is that what I'm getting?
I mean, it is not, because I'm already on issue 4 and I have, like, I don't know, 2 more issues to read before I'm caught up. It's really good simply on the fact that it also brings up that there are different factions between the augmented and the the authentic, the regular people.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, I would like to be an augment simply because, well, I think I'd be able to do a better job of doing things if I had some augments.
Okay, interesting question. How would you augment yourself if you had
Cybernetic arms and legs. Run faster, hit harder,
Why am I not surprised?
Plus, I just like the aesthetic of how it would look. You?
I wouldn't augment myself. I would be the authentic.
Yeah. But it's a really interesting story, and the characters are really cool, and it tackles so many interesting ideas. Again, man, it's really good. It's captivating, and I honestly wish I would have more time to read it.
Mm-hmm.
No one's really talking about this on YouTube. No one, and it sucks that they aren't.
Well, because there's no way to spin it. The hate culture merchants on kind of what used to be our side can't make it SJWs, and the SJWs can't make it morality. So
That's stupid. Whatever happened to just promoting good books?
everything now is a partisan affectation, unfortunately.
Whatever. Yeah, so that's my recommendation. Neon Future. It's basically like it's a cyberpunk kind of story. So
I'm actually going to recommend, even though I haven't quite read them yet, I'm going to recommend the Magician's comics. there are Magicians comics now.
Yeah.
Especially in light of the fact that apparently season 5 is going to be the last season. Because the world is cruel and I hate anyone who would try to cancel this.
It got 5 seasons. That's impressive. Not a lot of great shows get past the first season.
The standard is supposed to be 7 seasons in a movie.
I'm happy to get more than 1 season when it comes to a really great show.
Well, I'm glad it got more than the 2 seasons that it had originally been ordered for, but it still annoys me that it's ending so early. Especially because The Magicians is one of those shows that I could see going on for 10 years solid. But yeah, the good news is there's a possibility that Netflix will bring it back, like they did with or like I think it was Amazon did with The Expanse, and like Netflix did with Lucifer. So, dear Netflix, if you're thinking about saving The Magicians, do it. No thoughts, just save the thing, and then we will love you.
Also, Sandman.
Well, yes, do a good job with Sandman, please, for the love.
Well, no, also for comics, Sandman.
Yes, definitely read Sandman.
Yeah, I still have my what volume am I on? 3.
I think, last time you mentioned you were on 3, so yeah.
Dream Country.
Aha.
So I haven't read it yet. I got like a few more to go. A few more comics to go, and oh my god.
Having too many comics is a desirable problem, so
yeah, okay. So folks, those are our recommendations. With that, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avidazay, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
shalom, knock off, all of you. Goodbye.